Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week we're broadcasting live from an underground compound discussing the 1985 post-apocalyptic horror film, Day of the Dead. This film was written and directed by George A. Romero. Day of the Dead acts as the third part in Romero's original Dead trilogy, serving as a follow-up to the 1978 and 1968 classics Dawn of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead. Though a bit more dour in tone as compared to its predecessor, Day of the Dead offers many indelible aspects that the series has become known for. With brilliant and brutal makeup work, bold performances and memorable characters, an interesting story, effective score, and great use of its locations, this film would eventually rise above its initially tepid reception to become hailed as a cult classic. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Bobby Joe, Josh, Manny Paz, Pumpkin Spice Girl 192, Half Price Horror, and Smelly Poo Poo Head. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, Day of the Dead, what were your first impressions on the film?
So this was a very first time watch for me. I don't want to say that I'd never heard of the movie, but I'm sure it got mentioned and lost, and because there's so many of the Dead movies. Mm-hmm. I think I thought this was Land of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
So I was getting the two confused because I have seen that one. This one, watching it for the show, I realized I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I know Bub.
Right.
I've seen that before, but that's about it. Watching it for the show and for the first time, it's not bad. It wasn't too bad, and I don't know. I don't know if it's the tone of what's going on or the story or how the movie carries on, but it was just kind of okay for me. And like the kills, everything is like that looks. I was like, God damn! I was like, this is fucking great.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just kind of like we're watching like a day in the life of, and it just kind of was that. And I was like, huh, all right. And I mean, we do have a start, a middle, and an end, but I don't know what it is about the movie, but for me, it just kind of felt like I'm just kind of like there is cool stuff happening, or as we go on, I just don't feel like anything really had a really big impact. You know what I mean? Like enough for me to be like, oh shit. But it's decent. It wasn't bad.
No, I think that is kind of how I feel as well. I don't think that I've ever seen this before. Like you said, I was aware of Bub.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of it.
Yeah.
But I don't really understand how, but I came to the exact same conclusion where I know stuff happened. I know things progressed in a chronological order.
Yeah.
There was a beginning, middle, and end.
Mm-hmm.
But there were times where it felt kind of plotless. I know that those two things don't make sense together, but that's how I feel. I don't know. I think that the other two maybe just had a little bit more of a drive to it.
Okay.
That being said, the pacing, it's a very, very fast watch. It feels shorter than it is because it's an hour 40 something?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's just weird. For me personally, in my taste, this was this was mostly a showcase for practical effects.
Yes.
That is the number one. That is my favorite thing that I took from this, is what they were able to accomplish, Tom Savini and co. For me, that is the spectacle of this. That's the takeaway from this film. And it's not bad, and it's not like pointless, but I don't know. I am very confused even trying to articulate it.
I do understand what you're both saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like, I don't know, there's something even in like the aspects of Dawn of the Dead where it is just kind of them hanging out at the mall for a little while.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just more engaging.
Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe.
And then Night of the Living Dead is just a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everything about it, you just follow it all the way through. I do like a lot of Day of the Dead.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it is just a matter of kind of, and I'll talk a little bit later about how much the screenplay was changed throughout the process.
Mhm.
Okay.
But I feel like there is something that is enough to really latch onto as far as the trajectory of a certain group of characters.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also something about it that it does feel like it kind of languishes a little bit.
Maybe hating almost everyone is it? Maybe that makes it just kind of like, I'm just ready to see you guys get eaten by zombies, you know?
And honestly, for a Romero zombie film, the zombies, they come and go. Like, they're really not
Yeah, no.
they're not really what this film is about.
Yeah.
It's more the idea of these zombies and what they could represent more than really having to deal with them.
Like an imminent threat.
Yeah.
You know what? I think you're onto something, because you're right. They're more of a background noise a lot of the times at what we see.
Mm-hmm.
And it isn't like, oh shit, if we take a wrong step, they're going to get us right away. It's like they're in a place, and it's like,
It's like, well, I guess we better go down there and grab some.
yeah.
They got to get some more. It's like going to the grocery store.
Yeah, what? They're not a gallon of milk? What the fuck?
They are here.
Yeah. But it is, and we do get some of those moments, like where it's like, oh, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But it's really on either side of this big, like, human story.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, I mean, I think that's the thing about George Romero. I like a lot of his work when it comes to the way that he writes his characters,
Okay.
because he always finds a way to create a scene or two that makes you just so interested in at least a few characters.
Yeah.
They become very endearing and you grow to really like them.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time, and it's a 50-50 thing, because I love how he puts some kind of social commentary or societal parable into every single one of his films, but then at the same time the writing is like really on the nose when he does it.
Yeah, he's like, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah. So it's a mixed bag. I will say I do remember I've only seen this film the one time before we covered it on the show.
Okay.
I don't remember when. I don't remember why I watched it. All I remembered was that I think I watched all three.
Mm-hmm.
And after watching this one, I was like, yeah, it's my least favorite of the three.
Right.
But I think that I've grown to appreciate it more through watching it for the show.
Yeah.
Because the first time I just don't even remember really being very fond of it at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see like there is a lot of really cool makeup work.
Yeah.
The music is fantastic.
Yeah.
Goes overtime.
Yeah.
It's good.
And they talked on a lot of these featurettes that I watched about how the music was polarizing.
Yeah.
Because so many people expected like your standard horror score, but this is like so many different things like all over the place.
There was a point when your sister was working on the script and like the door to the bedroom was open because we do it separately.
Yeah.
And I was in the living room. I had to come because the music was going off. I said, I am so sorry. I said, I know something's happening in the movie. I said, but I've got to close the door because that music is going nuts.
It is.
He goes, I don't know what's happening in here.
But yeah, the music is great. I think the performances, I understand a lot of people are like, oh, it's so like theatrical and over the top.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that adds kind of to a bit of the charm of it.
Yeah.
Like there's some moments that it's like, oh, you didn't have to go that hard,
Yeah.
dude. But
There's a few.
it works for some odd reason.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. And I do because I realize there have been many, many times throughout the history of Podmortem that for one reason or another, the character of Bub would come up.
Right.
And I was operating on my knowledge of Bub from the first time I watched the film, and I may have said things like Bub is useless or Bub is a piece of shit.
Or like, fuck Bob.
Yeah, or whatever. But, no big deal. I'd like to apologize because as I'm watching it for the show this time, I was like, wow, I am actually really invested in this.
Right.
Yes.
And the performance of, and we'll get to, of course, but there are some aspects of it that you're like, oh, this is a very interesting concept.
That was surprisingly emotional. Like
Yeah.
I felt. And I think maybe that's what is odd to me about the story that's being told, because it's like you're introducing these really like colossal concepts and then just being like, nah, let's just throw out some more racial slurs and like fight amongst each other. It's like, no, can we go back to the science that you guys were talking about, or like, let's just talk with Bub for a little bit longer. Like, I think that's why it's odd to me. There is a strangeness of these arcs that you, or I'll speak for myself, kind of maybe expect more from.
I think that's fair.
Because that could have been a central plot. To me, it was interesting enough for the whole film.
Yeah. And I'm with you on that because, like I said, I kept mistaking this for Land of the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a similar, and that's it. It's a very, like, one thing that shares this movie and that movie. So that's why I had got it confused. And then your hatred, I was like, oh, yeah. Right, fuck that guy. But no, yeah. Watching this, I was like, oh, no, I had it wrong. I was like, I'm thinking of the thing that happened in Land of the Dead. This is not that movie.
No, and I really, I don't know what my mindset was at the first time of watching it. But yeah, I love Bub.
Yeah.
I one thing I will say is that I think that it takes a very ambitious filmmaker like George Romero,
right,
to do something so different.
Mm-hmm.
Because he could have very easily just made Dawn of the Dead again.
Yeah.
Right.
It was financially successful. It was critically successful.
Mm-hmm.
But to take such a different turn and to do something that hadn't really been done as far as the zombie subgenre of giving it a new life, so to speak, if you will.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a really interesting thing to do, and what it represents in this film. It's just, I don't know, maybe just everything isn't as married as it should be.
Right.
I wonder, because I think you mentioned changes to the screenplay.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something to do with it.
Yeah.
I will say that is the perfect segue to talk about the production a little bit.
Okay.
I do first want to thank friend of the show, John, over at Half Price Horror, for sending us Lee Carr's Making of Day of the Dead book. Very helpful for our research on this episode.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
I also did get a bit of information from a making of documentary called The World's End, and also the director's commentary on the Blu-ray.
Okay, that's a cool name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the first seeds of the idea of this film were actually planted in the late 1960s.
Damn.
Because I did not know this, but as it turns out, it was since the creation of Night of the Living Dead, Romero always intended to make a trilogy.
Okay.
Oh.
he had written, I guess, this original story that was broken into 3 parts, and it was called Anubis. And it was charting the progression of the downfall of society and the rise of the dead in this zombie apocalypse.
I can dig it.
Yeah.
And so each film, it would kind of serve as like demonstrating how much of the society was brought down by this change.
Okay.
And so you start and it's still the humans are very much in control. Zombies are doing their business. The second one, it's a bit split.
Right.
And then by the third, it's basically the entire world is just done.
Okay.
And so this one is post-apocalyptic, this Day of the Dead idea.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't until 1978, after the release of Dawn of the Dead, that the idea was reanimated.
Very good.
Romero and Richard Rubinstein, who we talked about a lot on episode 97,
Mm-hmm.
they entered a deal with a company called United Film Distribution Company.
Very good.
Thank you. But the deal was perfect for Romero because he apparently had trouble finding distribution for Dawn of the Dead because all of the companies that were interested, they didn't like that it was unrated. And so they wanted him to cut it up and get an R rating from the MPAA before they would release it.
Right.
But UFDC said that they were willing to distribute it unrated.
Okay.
And so they did. It becomes this huge box office success, a huge critical success. And so UFDC offers George Romero a 3-picture deal.
Very nice.
The conditions of this deal were that one of the films had to be Day of the Dead, and it had to be released in 1985.
Huh.
I don't know why, because George Romero's initial idea was to do Night of the Living Dead in 68,
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead in 78, and then Day of the Dead in 88.
Right.
Okay.
So he had to kind of shorten his plan to fit this new deal.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
I don't know if it was a matter of, I guess, them trying to fit certain films in certain time slots.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a distribution company, maybe you need certain films in theaters at certain times.
Okay. Okay.
Or to kind of have it to where you have this revenue consistently. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the 3 films that ended up being made through this deal were Creepshow,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
a film called Night Riders that I've never seen,
Right. Right.
and of course Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
But it was immediately after Creepshow that Romero got to work, and he wrote a 216-page first draft.
Damn.
Damn.
And from everything I've heard for many, many years, when it comes to screenplays, 1 page is about 1 minute
Yeah.
of screen time.
Okay.
And so this, yeah, you're making a face.
Yeah.
So, of course, he had to revise this.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 weeks later, he completed a 145-page draft.
Yeah.
So these 2 drafts were obviously quite different from the version that eventually ended up on film.
Right.
And it seemed to be much more action-heavy in its inception, the original idea. And it was much larger in scope, which would mean that it would have to be much larger in budget.
Yeah.
But there are some elements and some dynamics that do, of course, end up in the final version that we see.
Mm-hmm.
But very interestingly, because you've mentioned it, I think, twice now,
Yeah.
a lot of the concepts and ideas that he had for these earlier drafts of Day of the Dead do end up in Land of the Dead.
Okay.
So he was very hopeful with these first 2 drafts.
Yeah.
And the 145-page version he submitted to the UFDC with the proposed budget of $7 million if they could make it unrated. They were very worried about this, to put $7 million into a film that would be difficult to market.
Yeah.
And so with the changing times, and they were even talking about films not even getting to theaters if they weren't rated because the cinema wouldn't run them.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah.
And so you're cutting down on the number of theaters that it's going to be shown in,
Mm-hmm.
and you're making it very difficult to make a profit back on it.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. If it's not rated, they don't have to let you show it there.
Yeah.
And they even said on one of the documentaries that I watched that some trade publications wouldn't run ads for it if it wasn't rated.
Damn.
So it got very tricky, and so they said, you know, what we can do is we can give you, if you won't have it rated R, we'll give you half of the budget.
Yeah.
And so they did give them $3.5 million.
Okay.
And so Romero tried to cut here and there in this really, really long and really, really dense script to meet this budget, but he kept coming up short, and so he had no other choice but to overhaul it completely.
Oh, wow.
And so it wasn't until 1 month before principal photography that he finished the draft that we see.
God
Holy
damn.
shit.
But just to give you an idea of what the scope of the film was, many interviews and many different articles about Day of the Dead, a lot of people called previous versions either Raiders of the Lost Ark or Ben-Hur with zombies.
Straight Indiana Jones? Like where, like who is the zombie Indiana Jones, or are we?
Well, Harrison
Indiana
Ford's
Jones?
not involved.
but like, how is that? Like, how zombie? Like what?
He's like, who's the zombie?
Yeah, who's that? Are they the giant ball, or are we like what's happening?
It's like we have to
Yeah,
have the ball. The ball has
that's
to
a
stay.
wild comparison. Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
Zombies?
I think they just meant more as far as the scope of it.
Okay.
And maybe like set pieces.
Yeah.
Because it was like there were so many. The film was supposed to open with like a 20-minute action sequence.
God
Holy
damn.
Like just so many big, bold ideas. And it did honestly piss a lot of people off who eventually worked on the film because a lot of them were like, God damn, if we could have made.
Yeah.
And a lot of the pre-production began when they thought they were making that film.
Oh.
And so there was a lot of work, and we'll talk about it here and there, that eventually had to get scrapped.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of growing pains.
Yeah.
But with this new revised version of the script, the story becomes more confined, as we see. Many of the action sequences were excised, but in a lot of interviews, Romero said that he had no regrets.
Okay.
He said that he felt that even through this version, his point was made and that he made the film that he wanted to make, which is great.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I will say there are a lot of critical readings of the film. If you look at it through a certain lens, there is an interesting aspect of a group of people who are trying to think outside of the box and another group of people who are forcing them to cut down, forcing them to think smaller
Okay.
and change their minds about certain things. And so a lot of people are like, maybe he was working out what he was feeling through
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
the new plot.
Yeah.
But Romero always said that he wanted each film in the Dead trilogy to echo something pertinent from the decade that it was made in. And there is more than enough fertile ground from the 60s in Night of the Living Dead, from the 70s in Dawn of the Dead, but from the 80s and for Day of the Dead, he wanted it to reflect and capture the disintegration of the value of trust in society's institutions. And you feel that in a lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
These factions of us versus them, this mentality that we're against each other rather than working toward the benefit inherent in working together. But I as I said earlier in the intro, the morality and the parables can be a little heavy-handed in Romero's films.
Yeah.
But I do feel like the fact that he attempts it every single time, especially in the Dead trilogy, is really admirable.
Yeah.
And he's always able to attach something really meaningful to his movies. And there are these real moments of emotional weight that do catch you off guard.
Yes.
But it was unfortunate that the initial response to the film was a bit tepid. And I did read that Romero himself didn't really care for the marketing, especially the trailers, because they didn't really sell exactly what the film was. I will say the poster is fucking badass. I don't know if you've seen it.
No.
It's like the top, it has the moon, and then it has like the sun rising, and then the big, bold portion of the poster is the sun has risen, and there's a zombie in front of it. And so it's like, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's like, first it was the night, and then it was the dawn, and now it's day.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Like connecting you to all of these previous works.
Right.
It's like, that's really good.
Yeah.
But the other unfortunate thing about it is that it was given a very limited release. And I read in that book that it was only released at its peak in 168 theaters.
What?
And you look at other films at the time that were being released in 1,500, 2,000 theaters.
Yeah, I was going to say,
fuck?
that's a pretty small number.
Yeah, I was kind of staggered to read that.
Yeah.
And you expect a return on your investment.
Yeah.
But the other thing as well is that a few weeks after Day of the Dead was released, another zombie film was released.
Uh-oh.
The Return of the Living Dead.
Oh.
And so the fun that a lot of fans of Dawn of the Dead appreciated, they found it
In
and
return.
then some.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have this very bleak Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
It's darker, it's really idea heavy and dialogue heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that is part of the reason why that it did kind of not get the recognition it deserved at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But it always pleases the three of us when a story like this has a happy ending.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Which is that Day of the Dead, as the years went on, just became this real, like, cult classic.
Yeah.
And you love to see it. And interestingly, it is, according to Romero, his favorite of the Dead trilogy.
Okay.
All right.
Agree to disagree, but
Yeah.
I think there's a
But
lot.
it's still good.
Yeah, it's good. Now, before we experiment on this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's earn our reward. So the film begins with a static shot of a drab and barren room, its tiled floors and white bricked walls bare, the space empty except for a woman seated on the floor, her back pressed against the surface of the farthest wall and her head bowed between her knees. The score pulses and chops, and the camera presses in as the woman raises her head. This is Dr. Sarah Bowman, played by Laurie Cardeal.
If I can interject already
All right.
about the casting of Laurie Cardeal.
Mm-hmm.
So her dad was Bill Chilly Billy Cardeal, and he was the host of Chiller Theater and even played himself in Night of the Living Dead.
I remember those scenes on it was on the TV.
Yeah. So she said that a lot of people, including Tom Savini, she said she read an interview with him where he said this, and she was like, what the fuck? A lot of people thought that that's why she was cast, but she said that that's not true. She had an established career and was even on Broadway. She said she hadn't even seen Romero since the Night of the Living Dead premiere. She said, I was like 8. So he saw her in a play and was confident that she could take on this role of Sarah, because originally, like you were saying, T, at the beginning, it was much longer, much more, whatever. But this was a very difficult and complex role. And him seeing her performance, he was like, no, she can do it.
Yeah.
And then obviously it got cut down a bit. But
Yeah.
she's really, really good in this.
Yeah.
From what I read, a lot of characters, including that of Sarah, kind of became composites, based on a few characters from that massive screenplay.
Okay.
In that book, actually, she was talking about reading the screenplay and seeing that she was going to have to be walking through like wetlands with snakes and stuff and being terrified of snakes, and like asking Romero if she can wear high boots, or like if somebody else could walk through it for her, or if the scene was really necessary. And obviously none of that is in here.
Yeah, it got changed quite a bit.
That's crazy.
They had, because Sarah was supposed to be like this rebel fighter, and
Oh.
you heard, as I said at the beginning, about like this 20-minute action sequence at the beginning.
Yeah.
Later on, I guess they go to some island and they meet this scientist, and it's like Dr. Mary something.
Yeah.
And so whenever Romero rewrote everything, he just kind of combined those two characters.
Okay.
And so Sarah is Mary and Mary is Sarah.
Yeah.
Right.
But light stabs of synth keys are heard as Sarah collects herself, catching her breath as she stares at a calendar on the opposite wall. She reaches her feet, walking over to it and studying the month displayed on its pages. Underneath a photograph of an expansive green field filled with bright orange pumpkins, we see that the month of October is filled with red X's marching each passing day all the way through Halloween. Raising her eyebrows and with a slight smirk, Sarah raises her fingers to touch the photograph, but as the music grows in volume, dozens of dead hands tear through the wall in front of Sarah like paper, their frenzied fingers wriggling and reaching for her as she recoils in fright.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And watching it, I was like, oh, I've seen that before.
Yeah. I will say, from what I saw, this was a major part of the teaser trailer that they released, and they were like, Day of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
And George Romero's like, that's not really
Oh, what?
yeah.
indicative of what the movie is, but it is this really cool moment.
It
yeah.
is.
I did read in that book that on the first take, because this is a false wall, of course, the wall was not properly secured and anchored.
Yeah.
And so it apparently fell on Laurie Cardeal.
Oh,
my
no.
But an interesting thing about the extras that are on the other side of the wall,
Yeah.
one of the extras with the zombie arms was Laurie Cardille's husband.
That's
Aw.
really cool.
And they said that, I guess, to kind of protect her from all the grabbing hands of the zombies whenever, because this scene cuts, but there were longer versions of it, he would kind of wrap his arm around her as if he's a zombie, like, taking her.
Yeah.
But he's really just protecting her.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cute.
But immediately after this happens, Sarah wakes up, seated inside of a helicopter and staring out of the window. A bass drum pounds in the score as she comes back to herself, surveying her surroundings.
The way that this looked when she woke up, I thought she was the pilot.
Oh, fuck.
I was like, oh no,
That's not good.
not at all.
One thing I really love is the pulsing sound of the score during the nightmare. You realize after she wakes up was the sound of the helicopter blades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I really like that because that's how I'm very susceptible to that kind of thing when I dream.
Right.
Yeah.
Like literally anything.
It bleeds in.
Yeah.
Then you're dancing in the club and it's just your alarm going off.
You know what? I wish. I wish.
But seated next to her in the helicopter, Sarah finds Private Miguel Salazar, played by Anthony Diallo Jr., clutching the crucifix around his neck in somber rumination.
So Anthony Diallo Jr., I did look up his stuff. He did Monkey Shines in 88.
Romero.
Yeah. Night of the Living Dead in 90.
Savini.
Yeah. And a movie called Passed Away in 92.
Interesting.
Yeah, I did look at the cast. There's a lot of people in there. I was like, man, I think even Tim Curry has a small role in there.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I knew nothing about it, but it looks pretty interesting.
I had read in that book that he had a small role in Night Riders. And when Romero kind of invited him to read this script, he thought he just wanted him to read it and that he wanted his opinion. And then Christine Romero called him and was like, hey, you know that you can be Miguel if you want to. He said he lost his mind. Like he had no idea. But obviously he was very excited and he said yes.
Of course. I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying I have a lot of complicated feelings about this character.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say they start as complicated and then I fall pretty hard on one side.
Yeah.
I do think, of course, the actor portrays him very well.
Yeah.
And there's just so much stress and turmoil in this character.
Mm-hmm.
But goddamn. But after gazing down at the sprawling city as they pass the buildings and empty streets below them, Sarah leans forward from her seat to talk to Bill McDermott, the radio operator played by Jarlath Conroy.
I did see that Jarlath Conroy was in GTA 4. He was Aiden O'Malley.
Really?
Yeah.
That's wild.
It was interesting as well because one of the people in charge of casting was Galen Ross.
Really?
Yes. And Jarlath Conroy said that he was recommended to Galen Ross by another actor who had read for Bill and didn't get it. So he came in and read and met Romero and that was it.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, he said it was the kindness of another actor. I don't know if he'd worked with him before, but he was like, you know who like would be really good for this is Jarlath Conroy. And he is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But Bill tears his headset from his ears as he shares regretfully that he can't get into contact with anyone on the radio. Sarah suggests that he send the signal again, but Bill elaborates that he's already sent a signal from Sarasota to the Everglades and it's still getting back the same day it aired. He says there's nothing, or at least there's nobody with the radio. Sarah then proposes that they set down, which draws the silent disagreement of John, the helicopter's pilot, played by Terry Alexander, who dramatically removes his sunglasses.
So Terry Alexander, he looked very familiar to me, so I wanted to go in and kind of look in at like deep into what he's done, and he had a lot of stuff. I did notice that he did a movie, it's House 3, the horror show in 89.
It's what now?
Oh.
I don't know if it's that house. That's just literally what it says. House 3, the horror show. And I showed your sister the poster looks great.
Is it like a dead hand ringing
I was-
a doorbell? Or?
But
It's
we
three
don't.
of them. Yeah.
But we don't know if it's the third of the greatest film of all time,
Right.
or
Interesting way to describe it.
He also did Conspiracy Theory in 97. And then there's a new movie that he's credited on. It says the movie's called A Stream from 2024. I'm not sure. There's a lot of people that are credited in this thing. I'm not sure. It said it came out August, I think, 21st. I'm unfamiliar with this.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of it at anything. So I am very curious. I do want to go check this out.
yeah. In the book, he said that his agent had called him and said that there was a role that required an accent because this is not his real accent.
Really?
Yeah, for a minute I was like, I wonder, but no, I think he's from Detroit.
Okay.
But he does a really great job. He
Yeah.
said that he read it or he looked into what the role was, and he's supposed to be this huge dude, like 6'3" or 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, this is not me. Like, I'm not going to get this at all.
Yeah.
So he still went to read for it. And there's a monologue that he gives
Yeah.
a little bit later.
Mhm.
And that's what they were having the people reading for John audition with.
Okay.
And so he said that Romero was there. He's looking over this monologue and he tells Romero, this is brilliant. This is beautiful. If you let me come back tomorrow, I can do something really special with this. And so Romero told him yes. He came back tomorrow and he got the job.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah. And once you see the monologue, you're like, okay, I get it. Like,
Oh, yeah.
this should have been you.
And that's one thing that I kept hearing throughout a lot of interviews and the commentary and everything.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of these actors in this film have a background in theater,
Yeah.
and you can absolutely tell,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
but in the best way.
Yeah.
But Bill reminds Sarah that setting down isn't in their contract. But Sarah concludes that they've reached the largest city within 150 miles, and they need to give it every chance that they can. Bill can only mutter, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. But Sarah gives the order to John to land the helicopter, and John agrees to this, but on one condition. After setting down, he stays in his seat and he keeps the engine running. The first sign of trouble, he's going up. He offers that if they're not on board when that happens, they're likely to have a lousy afternoon.
I mean, okay.
Hey, I get it.
This, I feel like we learn more about who John is as a character as the movie goes on.
Yeah.
But he's always this. Like, going back to the beginning, it's like, this has always been your demeanor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how consistent John is as a character.
Mhm.
He is my favorite character, I think.
He's mine too.
Yeah, he's great.
But as the music grows surprisingly upbeat and the sunlight beams brightly over the helicopter in the sparsely clouded sky, we watch from the ground through power lines as the aircraft arcs through the blue of the morning, descending past palm trees to land safely on the street in front of a ruined car, the helicopter's blades kicking up the dirt and debris surrounding them. So, just a couple things here that did surprise me a lot about this film.
Mm-hmm.
I think Romero, I think Pittsburgh, I think Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
To see them in Florida, I was like, what?
Yeah.
It's a little confusing.
Yeah, and they actually did film in Fort Myers, Florida.
Oh, damn.
From what I understand, Romero, I guess, spent a few vacations there, and then he thought it would be a great location for a film like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then, according to some sources, he was actually living there at the time.
In Florida?
Yeah. And they had said that the reason that he had set portions of it here is because it was like 10 minutes from his house. But I did also want to talk about the music.
Yes.
I had mentioned earlier that it was kind of not what you would anticipate in a horror film like this.
Mm-hmm.
But the music was actually composed by John Harrison, who was not only the assistant director on this film and Creepshow,
Right.
Woo.
but he would go on to direct episodes of the Creepshow TV series, and he directed the film Tales from the Dark Side.
Oh, shit.
Oh, very nice.
But it was his work on Creepshow that impressed George Romero so much that he insisted over and over that Harrison had to write the score for Day of the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that they had always intended kind of a counterintuitive approach, is what Harrison said.
Yeah.
And it was never intended to be this big, bold, and scary score. they were always wanting to inject elements of the Caribbean and of Florida in it.
All right.
And so it echoes the setting, but it also kind of teases a bit of where we're headed when it comes to the ending as well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
But they had talked about their working relationship and how everything just worked so smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
Because Harrison, as the assistant director of the film, he was on set all the time. And so they would shoot a little bit of it, and then they would be like, well, what do you think should go here musically?
Yeah.
And they just talk about it on set. And then in post, their offices were really close by. And so Romero would be in with the editor. They would edit a piece of it. Then they would bring it to Harrison, and he would have it scored by the end of the day. So it was
wow.
Damn.
kind of wild.
Yeah.
But I really like this score. Romero said that it was polarizing, and Harrison said that he heard a lot of people really hated it.
What?
Yeah, but he said that he was very proud of it, and Romero, of course, fucking loved it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I can't remember if it was one of the things, but Roger Ebert did talk a lot of shit about this film.
What? No
Yeah.
way.
Mm-hmm. But as the opening credits continue in white, Sarah pushes the door of the helicopter open and steps out of it with Miguel. She peers around with a submachine gun hanging at her waist from a strap, and Miguel retrieves the bullhorn from the back of the aircraft with an assault rifle slung over his shoulder. Bill stays behind with John, manning the radio and attempting to make contact through various frequencies. But Sarah and Miguel continue through the seemingly deserted Florida streets, which are lined with abandoned cars, including a yellow taxi with a busted hood and a blue sedan that appears to have crashed into a palm tree.
I will be honest, everything is fucked up, but is like right now it's deserted. There's nobody there. No zombies, no nothing. I was like, something is not right.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, it's too quiet.
Yeah.
I did read in some publication, they were talking about portions of this Florida segment being a matte painting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was part of this segment right here. But even so, there's not one point that I can point to or even guess.
No.
I was really shocked. And it was Romero that said it.
Huh.
But they stay together as the camera pans across an intersection, another graveyard for vehicles, with trimmed leaves rustling on the asphalt and newspapers blown by the wind. Stopping in the center of the road and staring down the unpopulated street, Sarah keeps guard of Miguel as he readies the bullhorn. He calls out, "Hello! Is anyone there?" Repeating this request over and over with weary desperation to no response. So I have to take you back to me being 10 years old really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was 10 years old, as I've claimed, I was a big fan of the Gorillaz.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this song on their debut album called M1A1, and it begins with this soundbite. Even John Harrison's score in it with Miguel screaming hello through the bullhorn.
That's so fucking cool.
And I fucking never knew it. And then I'm watching this, I'm like, this is the Gorillaz.
Yeah.
But as the music pulses, light keys punctuating the rhythmic pounding of a drum, we cut to various buildings in the area, completely vacant, lingering momentarily on the marble pillars of old structures, including the First National Bank, panning down from its etched sign out front to reveal an alligator perched on the stairs.
Okay, my note is that a fucking alligator?
Yeah, we weren't calling you, dude. You can go back.
You can stay there.
You can get your loan or whatever you were doing.
He hears lunch calling.
I actually do want to talk about this alligator a little bit.
Okay.
I saw in an interview, John Harrison was actually the one that shot a lot of these because he was the assistant director.
Yeah.
It was him and actually Ernest Dickerson, who is a director in his own right, but has worked a lot with Spike Lee.
Yeah.
He was one of the camera operators on this film.
Okay.
But the alligator, they actually, in the screenplay, from what I understand, there were far more alligators happening.
Have they just taken over the city?
Yeah.
They had to downsize.
Yeah. Like, we
You
can
get
afford one alligator.
Who's going to the bank?
But they had the wranglers get the alligator ready for the shot.
Yeah.
And so they got the alligator out of this truck, and I don't know what the deal was, but they dropped the alligator out of the truck.
Oh my God.
And it fell right on its face.
Oh my God. God.
And so you can see when the alligator is there, like looking around, his nose is still bloody.
Oh, wow.
But we do see a couple of security guards that come out later as zombies.
Mm-hmm.
They're the Wranglers.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, they said that the alligator was really pissed.
You think?
Understandably, and so it was hard to wrangle him, and so I don't know if that was part of the decision to bring them on as zombies in the film, so they're always there.
Yeah.
But they're right behind him in the next shot that we see the alligator in.
Well, it sounds like they were better zombies than Wranglers if they're dropping them on second base.
I would say so. Jesus.
Poor alligator.
Yeah, man.
But from behind the wreckage of a car, we spy the Edison Theater as Miguel's calls continue. We travel across abandoned storefronts, sidewalks covered in trash, and an ashen skeleton wearing tattered rags, picked clean and crawling with small orange crabs.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think, and that's another thing that's a really cool, because obviously them arriving here and trying to call out and make contact with people, it obviously means that this has been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
But seeing stuff like this, seeing the desolation, and you're like, oh, there's just actual skeletons out here.
Yeah.
You're like, how long has it been?
Mm-hmm.
And we love a skeleton.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he was played by Skeleton. But as Miguel's cries continue to go unanswered, we find piles of crisp cash in the road being whipped around by the wind.
It's so quick, but that is such powerful imagery
Yeah.
because when you've gotten to the point where money is just blowing around the street, like that's kind of everything's fucked up.
Yeah,
Like,
oh, yeah.
that's kind of a point of no return.
Well, what Romero said about institutions.
Yeah.
But we then see a copy of the Southern Globe newspaper dramatically blowing open on the ground with a musical flourish, the headline reading, "The Dead Walk." I love this moment so much.
Yes.
I'll be honest, that is really cool.
But the music pounds in the score as a shadow of shambling feet approaches us across the asphalt, and we peer up to discover a zombie, backlit by the sun, in a ragged suit. He lurches forward, his tongue hanging through a hole at the remnants of his lower jaw. Blood pours from his wounded and ruined face as he raises his head, the sunlight catching his unkempt hair as his eyes wriggle in recognition at the sound of Miguel's voice. And we get the title in white, Day of the Dead.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
The title of this, the way that the zombies shamble, like it is perfect.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about this zombie very quickly. So, first of all, Tom Savini had wanted a role in this film. We'll talk about when we meet the character, he wanted a specific character.
Okay.
But again, the script was so gigantic that at first, according to the book, Romero didn't tell him no. And then the further they got along, he was like, you can't do both. You can't do the effects and you can't do both.
Yeah.
So obviously he did the effects, but he life casted himself to be this zombie. And he was like, if I can't get the role that I wanted, I'm going to be the first zombie that you see, which is really cool.
Yeah.
But as he's making it, he's drilling basically like the jaw area, and the foam skin wrapped around the drill bit and got ripped away.
Oh.
And so he looks at it and he's like, yeah, like we can figure this out.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's Tom Savini's likeness. The bottom half is ripped away. It's got mechanized eyes. This is not a human being at all. There is nobody wearing this. This is a puppet.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I saw it in the making of. It looks like somebody walking up and then they pan out a little bit more and they show that it's just somebody holding it up. I was fucking floored. Like, I could not believe it.
I can't believe it because I thought it was. I was like, that makeup is fucking
Yeah.
great.
That's all I thought.
Even
Yeah.
because the eyes are mechanized, but even the way that they're moving looks like a human moving their eyes.
Yeah.
I was just completely blown away. And they talked about having nicknames for a lot of the things that they built and made. And this was nicknamed Dr. Tongue.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
But Tom Savini got what he wanted. His likeness is the first zombie that you see. It's incredibly effective. He said that he was pissed off, though, because they were standing around and waiting to film this, and it was getting darker and darker. So like you said, T, he's backlit by the sun.
Yeah.
He was he's like, I guess you see enough of it, but he was disappointed.
Yeah.
And I can understand that. I mean, but at the same time, it looks kind of perfect.
Yeah.
It does. I also, just very quickly, because it was a story that made me laugh in that making of, it's being puppeted by one of the FX guys, Everett Burrell. He would go on to he worked on Pan's Labyrinth, the
Really?
1990 Night of the Living Dead, American Horror Story, The Mist, Planet Terror, Sin City. Like this guy, yeah, he went on and did a lot. But he was talking about Tom Savini would play pranks on people all the time on set. And I guess he was kind of new, and Greg Nicotero was like, you should... They had a gag fire extinguisher with like CO2 or something. And Greg Nicotero told him, you should get Tom Savini with the fire extinguisher. But he didn't grab the gag fire extinguisher.
Oh.
He grabbed the real one and sprayed it in Tom Savini's face.
Oh.
So Tom Savini ends up going to the hospital, and his eye was cut.
Sorry, but I just imagine hey, Tom. Like, that's terrible.
His eye got scratched.
Jesus.
And so he said he came back to set wearing like a white bandage over his eye. And so the other guys in the crew were also wearing the white bandage in solidarity. But he said when Tom Savini had to go to the hospital, he called his mom and was like, I think I killed Tom.
Oh, no. He gave him that one on purpose, huh?
Yeah, this is like Bart's April Fool's joke.
Not that one, the other one.
It's just so funny. But if he would later go on to work on the 1990 Night of the Living Dead, I guess that, there's no hard feelings.
Right.
But Miguel's calls awaken more of the dead, their shadows creeping across the crab-covered skeleton resting against the storefront. A youthful zombie with yellowed skin and a missing eye climbs to his feet in the box office of the cinema, and a gray-skinned zombie in a torn sun hat turns toward us, a moan escaping his mouth, and he's also missing an eye. It's like back to back, really?
Yeah.
A marching band zombie joins the fray, as does a zombie in coveralls who happens to also have a tarantula crawling across their shoulder. 2 security guard zombies emerge from behind the alligator at the bank, their uniforms filthy and their faces pale and vacant, probably because they've just injured an alligator.
Yeah.
Probably because they think they're going to lose their jobs.
Better live this up, dude. 'Cause- But soon enough, the once deserted streets are all crawling with dozens of the dead, their awkward and stilted steps carrying them forward as their ghoulish groans echo a cacophonous call in response to Miguel. But as Bill continues on the radio in the helicopter, alerting anyone who might hear him that they can lift them out to safety, John raises the microphone on his headset, urging, "Forget it, Billy boy." He tells him that it's a dead place like all the others, and he asks him to listen. The cries of the dead have grown so loud that they can be heard over the engine of the helicopter. Unnerved, Bill once again remarks, "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," before taking a swig from a small metal flask.
I will say I do enjoy that because it is so many of them.
Yeah.
It's just period.
Yeah.
It's like nothing is louder than that. We're not. And you get about 3 or 5 hellos and then we're moving on.
3 or
Dude,
5.
yeah.
Well,
They've been out there for...
yeah, they're just out just hello, hello, hello. Please, somebody answer. Dude,
We tried.
yeah.
We tried.
You get a few and it's like, we've got to go now.
Plus, I believe John when he's like, you will get your ass left.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I believe him. We should probably head back.
Yeah.
But Miguel and Sarah, however, stand frozen in the street and frightful at the wall of encroaching corpses. Miguel turns tail and runs back to the helicopter, leaving Sarah standing stoic and alone as she stares into the crowd. What the fuck? This is the first sign.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But we cut to the shadow of the helicopter, gliding above the Everglades as the music picks up once again. Somewhere nearby, we find Private Juan Torres, played by Tazo Stavrakis, standing shirtless with his dog tags at his chest as he waters a small crop of marijuana.
That's sticky icky.
I do want to say Stavrakis is a mainstay in a lot of Romero films, but he was also the stunt coordinator for Day of the Dead, and he would go on to be the stunt coordinator for Creepshow 2 as well.
Okay,
Ooh.
very nice.
But we then cut to Private Johnson, played by Greg Nicotero, who sits alone in a tent, flipping through a magazine surrounded by munitions and weaponry.
Greg Nicotero.
Yeah.
This is like the beginning of a legacy. Like everybody knows Greg Nicotero now. I was reading in that book. It's interesting too because at this time he was in school to be a doctor.
Interesting.
Really?
And at this opportunity, he was like, "No, I want to do this."
Hey.
Because it was a pretty cute story, a Cherith cute story.
Yeah.
I read in that book he met George and Christine when he was vacationing with his family in Italy when he was a teenager. And he was a huge fan. He was gushing. And so he, I guess, later was able to visit the set of Creepshow. And he knew that Romero was a collector of like VHS movies. And like there was another kind at the time, but he was a collector and his dad was too. So he made this huge list of all the movies that his dad had. He brought it to set when he was able to visit the Creepshow set and told Romero, if you want any of these, I can make copies for you. So he said that Romero takes a list and he circles like 20 movies. And so Greg Nicotero spent all weekend copying all the movies that Romero wanted and then brought it to him. And Romero was like, "Did you even sleep this weekend?" And he was like, "Yeah, like it's not a big deal." And it was a huge deal.
Yeah, he's breaking several laws.
Yeah.
But I guess that at that time he was offered a job on Creepshow and he said no. So when this opportunity arose, he was like, "I'm not saying no. I'm not making that same mistake twice." And so I don't know if here he dropped out of school, but obviously we don't know him as Dr. Nicotero.
Right.
No.
But he called Tom Savini and was like, "I just got offered a job on Day of the Dead." And Tom Savini was like, "Bet." And so, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He got to work under him. And there was like this weird part of that book where they talked about two people who worked in pre-production because they had like 4 months to get like prosthetics and makeups and stuff together before they started filming. And so these two guys worked on some of the pre-production stuff but did not continue to work with them as filming progressed. And it's funny that nobody could remember why these guys ended up leaving. It was one of those. And they went on to make a like comic called Tommy Dearest.
Oh.
Just talking shit about Tom Savini, talking shit about I think in one of them because the whole comic is in that book.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like Greg Nicotero kissing Tom Savini's bare ass, like drawn. It was like mean.
Yeah.
And Tom Savini was like, "We were all furious at the time." He was like, "But now it's hilarious."
And he might not be a medical doctor, but I mean, look at the shit he's doing with the effects. and all that.
He's a doctor of the dead now.
Nah, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah, and we love him for it.
Yeah.
You know, it's wild hearing that story and then knowing, of course, The Walking Dead, all the work.
Yeah.
And then he went on to develop the Creepshow TV series.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's just wild.
Like,
Yeah.
if you're him, like, your life has to feel like that. Like, that is wild. Like a full circle moment.
Yeah.
But both men raise their heads at the sound of the returning helicopter, Torres tearing loose a leaf before approaching the chopper after it lands. Sarah and Bill step out first, both of them catching a glimpse of a faraway fence that lines the compound. It's completely populated by zombies who are definitely putting its integrity to the test. John then exits the helicopter, leaving Miguel seated alone inside, clutching his crucifix. Torres calls out to John, asking if they found anything, and John jokes that they found a ton of real estate at closeout prices. But upon noticing Torres and Johnson standing at the gas pumps, John requests that they fill up the helicopter, but Sarah suggests that they wait until dark as there are too many of the dead outside of the fences. John warns that it's not wise to leave the tank empty, wondering what they're supposed to do if they have to leave in a hurry. But Sarah just offers that they'll be shit out of luck, as the dead are too riled up to chance the refueling.
I was furious at this decision and
Yeah.
honestly very stressed out about it for honestly no reason.
What we learn, yeah.
No, yeah.
And I will say, I've never filled up a helicopter in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that the gas pumps aren't very loud. This is Day of the Dead, not a quiet place.
Yeah.
Like, just fucking do it.
And it's like they already know you're here.
Yeah.
They're looking at you.
I feel like this is a really bad idea.
It's that.
Yeah.
How loud could a gas pump be?
It can't rile them up. They're already like punching.
Yeah, I think them being able to see you is riling them up more.
Yeah.
They don't want the gas.
Yeah,
No.
they don't give a fuck.
Hide behind the helicopter as you fill up.
Yeah.
That's probably the best plan, but no. But John and Sarah go back and forth until Torres and Johnson just follow Sarah's order. Johnson remarks that there are more and more of the dead every day out there. As she unloads the bags from the helicopter, tossing one to Torres, Sarah instructs the men to shoot some of them then if they continue to crowd the fences like that. Otherwise, she tells them to just stay inside the building out of sight. And honestly, with what we learn this place is, you would want some sunlight from time to time.
Yeah.
You get to go out and call out for help and stuff.
Yeah, no,
Let him
she's
read a
like,
magazine. Get in the mine. It's like, God damn, dude. I just want to grow some weed out here.
No, shit. I want sun too.
Yeah. Vitamin D, dude.
Yeah.
We're all
sick
very
together.
sick. Bill remarks to Johnson that he should be thankful that he lives in the suburbs, considering how congested the city has become. Torres hands John his bag from the back of the helicopter, and as the men tie the aircraft down, Sarah notices Miguel still sitting alone inside. She opens the door, politely encouraging Miguel to go underground with her and the others, but when he doesn't answer, she asks him sweetly what she can do for him. Miguel finally returns from his stupor, simply asking, "What?" Sarah appears slightly shaken by Miguel's demeanor, offering to help him with his bags, asking again when he insists that he doesn't need any help. Miguel snaps that he's fine and that he's only tired, but Sarah disagrees, telling him that he's collapsing from stress. Miguel is wounded from these words, but he counters that everyone is collapsing. The whole fucking unit is collapsing. Except for Sarah. He acknowledges Sarah's strength, claiming that she's strong, stronger than him, but so fucking what? Snagging his bags, Miguel storms past Sarah, who slams the helicopter door after his exit.
I'm already annoyed.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down.
I don't like this.
No, the whole back and forth, and what we learn makes no sense to me.
No.
Yeah.
I am very confused by a particular dynamic.
Yeah, it's like, girl, get up. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
One thing I will say I did see in an interview, the actor who plays Miguel kind of talked about what Romero told him about this character.
Mm-hmm.
And when you hear it, you really understand it and you realize it. But Miguel is really the only person in this film who is acting like it is the end of the world.
Yeah.
He's the only one that's responding in a way that a lot of people would respond to, knowing that this is it.
Yeah.
And so it is interesting, and you do want to have sympathy for him, but then he just makes it impossible.
It's very weird just the way things play out.
It's after a certain point, some choices that he makes and the way that he reacts to things, that it's like, yeah, like we're all everybody's world is ending, dude. Like,
Yeah.
it's not just you. Like, get your shit together and keep your fucking hands to yourself. Like, I don't like him.
But John stands in front of the helicopter, a witness to all the drama, as Miguel joins Bill at the large metal door to the underground bunker, throwing his bag on the ground in a bit of a tantrum. But Sarah notices something. There, in the makeshift graveyard, there's another crooked cross sticking out of the dirt that she doesn't remember. Johnson explains that it's Major Cooper. He died this morning. First of all, the name Cooper? Night of the Living Dead.
Oh.
John leans in to whisper in Sarah's ear, and then there were 12. Sarah now understands why the zombies are so riled up at the fence. It must have been the burial in the morning. John asks, "What's going to bring them tomorrow, Sarah? And the next day? And the next day after that?" Sarah starts to walk away from John, but he follows her, counting the hundreds, thousands, millions of the dead out there now, warning that if she sticks her head in the sand, they'll come up and bite off her ass.
I was like, okay, it's clear who gets all the good lines.
Oh, yeah. John admonishes what they're doing here is crazy, to which Sarah shoots back, asking if he has an alternative to what they're doing because she'd be happy to listen. John does have an alternative, however, and it involves juicing up their helicopter, flying out to some remote island, and spending what time they have left soaking up the sun. Big Sheryl Crow fan, John, apparently.
Clearly.
Sarah is disgusted that John could do that without a second thought, with all that's going on. But John assures her that he could do that no matter what was going on.
It's like, well, yeah.
Yeah. You just said that. Like some lines are like, what?
It was really weird. He's like, even if there weren't zombies, I'd go to the beach. It's like, yeah.
It'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, of course you are.
But suddenly, the platform at their feet begins to sink slowly into the ground, and Sarah, John, Bill, Miguel, and Johnson ride this elevator proper into their underground bunker.
Real quick, I do want to say, can we talk about how loud this elevator is to go down 10 feet?
It's probably,
I don't understand.
It's louder than fueling?
Yes!
I would say.
Yeah.
Fueling up a helicopter.
That's exactly
There's
what I
not
was
some
thinking.
stairs we can take down. Like, we have to do that every time we leave.
No,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable.
It's got the lights flashing, and it's like, what the fuck?
What's kind of wild is that this is a real location that they used. It was in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of wild how it's edited because it's also seamless.
Yeah.
But the exteriors are in Florida, but the descent of the elevator that we see in here is actually an abandoned missile site about 12 miles from the Monroeville Mall.
Oh, wow.
And then when they've entered the facility proper, they're entering an entirely different location that we'll get to in just a little bit.
Okay.
So it's very seamless, but at the same time, I guess the sirens and the alarms, you're like, this is a missile silo.
Yeah.
But waiting for them at the bottom is Private Miller, played by Philip G. Kellums. He asks John if it was another waste of time out there, which John confirms as he breezes past him. The large metal doors swing shut above their heads as the group walks past pallets, barrels, and supplies to enter the safety of the mine. Sarah, Miguel, and Bill enter a large corridor where they're met by Privates Walter Steele and Robert Rickles, played by Gary Howard Clark and Ralph Morero, respectively, who ride up on a cart wearing red mining helmets with beaming flashlights.
So Gary Howard Clark, I looked and he did Pink Cadillac in 89, Cadillac Man in 90, and Hackers in 95.
Well, that broke the pattern.
Yeah.
They actually talked about in that book, he was drafted by the New Orleans Saints, but he tore his Achilles tendon.
Oh.
Wow.
And so acting was something he always thought about, and he gave it a shot because he couldn't play anymore. They said that he was actually in a catalog that also featured Laurie Cardile.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he had heard about Day of the Dead through mutual friends that he had with the Romeros. So he came in and read for another character that we're going to meet in a minute. He was like that he doesn't even ever remember considering or reading for Steele. But Romero was like, you're Steele.
I think he kind of has to be Steele.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, his stature.
I think that's why he wanted to be the other one.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I think for this character, it's more nuanced of a performance than you would think, because a lot of times Steele and a lot of the military men in the film are just fucking annoying
Yeah.
and terrible. But there are a lot of moments where he has a lot of intensity
Yeah.
as Steele. It's just, I think that this is kind of an underrated performance in this film.
I would agree. And also, I hate him.
Yeah, a lot.
No, he sucks.
Mm-hmm. But the two military men are dismayed to learn from Bill that they found nothing on their venture, and they ask Sarah how far up the coast they went. They sigh solemnly when Sarah shares that they went 100 miles up each way. Upon noticing Miguel standing behind them, Rickles orders him to jump onto the cart, alerting him that they were tasked with bringing in 2 more dumb fucks. This annoys Sarah, who asks what some guy called Logan is up to. Rickles repeats his order, but Sarah tries to put a stop to it, alerting the men that Miguel has been up for 24 hours, suggesting that they get someone else instead. Steele is tickled by the idea of getting someone else, considering that they're all there is. But Sarah just comments that the job is too dangerous for two people alone. Sarah looks up at John, who just continues down the corridor without a word. He's like, don't look at me at all.
Yeah, he said, my name's Paul.
Frustrated, Sarah volunteers herself, sitting on the back of the cart. When Rickles asks what's wrong with Miguel, Miguel just tosses his bag aside, responding defensively to Rickles' implications, before taking a seat next to Sarah with his rifle in hand. Steele speeds away as he and Rickles crack each other up, and Sarah just watches as John and Bill get smaller and smaller as they continue on their path. But passing a large, dust-covered sign reading Seminole Storage Facility, the group reaches a darker section of the mine, poorly lit by overhead bulbs. The music grows tense as Steele rounds the corner sharply, driving past parked recreational vehicles as Rickles howls with laughter. The cart finally pulls to a stop, past a couple of shells of vehicles, the group continuing on foot as Rickles psychs them up with more hooting and hollering. He kickstarts a generator for extra light as Sarah grabs a mining helmet for herself and one for Miguel, who snatches it away from her very rudely.
You got about one more. No, we're not doing this. I don't give a fuck if it is the end of the world. I don't care.
Something else I did notice, I think I saw a wedding ring on Miguel's finger. I don't know how that, can play into him as a character, but I thought it was an interesting thing to have. Mm-hmm. But he's still doing too much.
Way too much.
Widower or not, I don't know. But the bright light shines over the group as Rickles raises a rope at a large wooden barricade, bringing up a divider. Steele stands at the top, hawking a loogie before staring deep into the dimly lit corridor, the walls rough and rocky. So I have to talk about this location. Mm-hmm. But before I talk about the location, I have to kind of explain a bit of the behind-the-scenes drama because I want to give credit where credit is due as to who found this location, but it's a little difficult.
Of course it is.
So the cinematographer of the film is a guy called Michael Gornick, and we have said this name a few times on the show.
Yeah.
Because he worked with Romero consistently since 1970, and he himself went on to go direct Creepshow 2, if you recall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this marked a very difficult time in their working relationship, and it all stems from something going on with a company called Laurel Entertainment. Laurel Entertainment was a company started by George Romero and Rubenstein, the producer that I mentioned at the top of the show. But the dispute came about because Rubenstein wanted to continue more projects into television, but Romero was always about feature films. And even though he helped develop and create the Tales from the Dark Side series, he was more about making more movies.
Yeah.
Right.
And so as they started to head more in the direction of Tales from the Dark Side, Romero decided that Day of the Dead would be his last project with Laurel Entertainment. And so Gornick, who had worked with Romero almost exclusively, he decided to go shoot the pilot for Tales from the Dark Side. Mm-hmm. And this caused a bit of dissension between Gornick and Romero.
Yeah.
And so it came time for Day of the Dead, and the difficulty was Laurel wanted Gornick to shoot it, but Gornick wanted to stay and shoot Tales from the Dark Side, more episodes of it, because he saw that there were possibilities for him to not only be the cinematographer, but to become a director as well.
Okay.
And so he was kind of put onto this project, and he didn't want to be. And so it led to a lot of tensions on set. And in an interview in that book, he had said, basically, in hindsight, he would have rather never have worked on Day of the Dead.
Wow.
Damn.
Which is wild to...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But part of this conflict between them is actually resulting in different stories of who found this location. Because if you ask Michael Gornick, he takes credit for finding this mine, which is the Wampum Mine in Pennsylvania. But Romero says that he used it as inspiration during the screenwriting process because he already knew about it.
Yeah.
Right.
But regardless, they used the Wampum Mine. And this mine is massive.
It looks pretty big.
Yeah.
I want to say 2.5 million square feet.
Holy
Damn.
shit.
They said something along the lines of it containing a 27-acre underground lake.
What?
Like, you can't even conceive of how big this place is.
Yeah.
Clearly.
no.
But they would explore it and they would go around it during the shooting. And the difficulty that they said, especially from a cinematography standpoint, was lighting.
Yeah.
Because you can light this section here, but in order to capture the depth of the mine, you have to light all the way over there
Yeah.
to show everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so it just became a hassle constantly. But they had said that it was actually used for a lot of purposes,
Yeah.
including vehicle storage, and they stored a lot of film here.
Yeah.
Well, they have the room.
Yeah. I can't remember what movie it was when we said that the negatives of an alternate ending were discovered inside of a mine.
Was it Event
Oh, yeah.
Horizon?
It might have been Event Horizon, but that is exactly what this mine was used for. Is they have the originals of, I think, the Star Wars films.
Really?
Yeah, in this mine, because it is constantly, consistently, no matter what, 55 degrees in this mine.
Huh.
And so this is good for film storage,
Yeah.
but not good for actors and crew.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they were saying that the difficulty was they go into the mine when it's still dark in the very early morning. They work all day. They come back up from the mine to go home, and it's still dark. So they were talking about not even experiencing sunlight for like 3 months.
So everyone was sick.
Everyone was there. And yeah, they actually got very, very sick.
Yeah.
A lot of people, including
seriously?
yeah, dude, yeah, including Lori Cardile. She was talking about it in an interview, and they had a doctor that would come down into the mine and give them B12 vitamin shots like consistently.
That's crazy.
That is insane. They're like, you have to be a bat for the next
Yeah. Oh, well, too, is this one of those like situations where we have to go down there with the canary or some shit?
Just to make sure.
I hope
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly probably. I did also read, we experience different locations throughout this mine, but we also see what appears to be like office buildings inside.
Yeah.
These are legitimate management offices that were used by the staff of the mine
Wow.
that they gave the production permission to film in.
That's really cool.
And so they were just using what they had.
Yeah.
I think they said they paid between $25,000 and $35,000 to use the mine as a location and to use the office facilities too.
Okay.
Damn.
But they basically utilized anything that they could find. So basically a lot of what you see, if not 9% of it, was already here in the mine that they were using.
There's cars down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see a ton of RVs.
Yeah.
A lot of random like barrels and chests of equipment and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
It was all there.
Okay.
But one thing that was built for the production is this barricade. And it was built by the production designer, Cletus Anderson, who actually worked on, and just Romero, Creepshow, Night Riders, Monkey Shines, Two Evil Eyes, The Dark Half, and he even did the Night of the Living Dead remake.
Damn.
But he had started work super early on this project back when it was this big, massive epic. And so the majority of his work that he had started, he had to scrap and throw away.
Damn.
That sucks.
But the good news is that there was so much here that a lot of the work was really already done for him in a lot of ways.
Okay.
But what he added in accents and different things, it really makes us feel like they have moved in here.
Yeah, it does.
But Sarah consults a log pinned to the base of the barricade, confused when she reads that the 15th was the last time Rickles and Steele took any of the dead out. Rickles smacks some chewing gum, casually admitting that they forgot to write them up sometimes. But Sarah scolds him, reminding him that it's essential to write them up and snarling for him to get that through his thick skull. When she asks how else they're supposed to keep track of how many they have left, Rickles just blows a bright pink bubble in her face.
I don't think these are the right people for the job.
No.
And I also want to point out, with it being the last time it was logged, the 15th, they mentioned, and we did see on the calendar, that today is Halloween.
Oh,
okay.
God damn, dude. Y'all are like, this is over 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. But Steele, still standing atop the barricade, screams wildly and whistles sharply, both sounds carrying through the distance of the corridor. He calls out to the dumb fucks, shouting for them to come out. He continues antagonizing them as Sarah, Miguel, and Rickles peer through the slats of the wood at the bottom. Suddenly, movement is seen through the shadows at the far end of the corridor, and Steele wonders what the hell is the matter with them. Rickles suggests that they're scared. He says they know what'll happen when Frankenstein gets them. But as the dead lurch forward, Sarah states that if Rickles is right, then the dead are learning. They're actually learning. And that's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steele continues berating the dead, broadcasting for them to eat his penis or something. I hope this isn't foreshadowing. Rickles finds it hilarious, though, even urging Steele to whip it out for the dead. And Steele leans over kind of threateningly, advertising to the group that he's got the biggest piece of meat in the cave. But he relents, saying that he wouldn't want to excite Sarah, though, not with her boyfriend around. Sarah snarks that Steele is incapable of exciting her, except as an anthropological curiosity. It's like, oh, way to go, Lisa Simpson.
You sure showed him.
Sick burn?
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't either.
No. Steele asks Rickles what this means, and he dumbs it down. It means you're a caveman, asshole. He laughs, calling Steele a throwback, but assuring him that it's okay because throwbacks all have big dongs. I don't know what's going on.
There's a few times in this script where it's like, how about we like have another idea?
Aren't there like zombies or something?
Why have the last like 5 lines been about dicks? It's just like, okay.
Is this a Kevin Smith movie?
I get it.
Steele is happy to hear this, though, and he returns to antagonizing the dead. Miguel snags the catcher pole, ascending the barricade to join Steele, but before he even reaches the top, he seems to become lightheaded, dropping the pole on the ground. Sarah retrieves it for him, joining him on the steps, but Steele scoffs that Sarah isn't strong enough to be up there, assuring her that he'll watch over her lover boy if she just sends up the pole. Sarah bristles at this, reminding Steele that she's done this dozens of times. But Steele insists that he doesn't want her up here, and against Sarah's protests, a clearly out-of-it Miguel mutters, "Let go of the pole." When Sarah hesitates, he seethes, "Let go of the goddamn pole."
You know we're done after this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you think this is?
Go find another cell to stay in.
yeah, what the fuck?
I don't get it.
We're fucking done.
We're not fucking at all.
But he snatches it from her as she releases it. Miguel joins Steele at the top of the barricade as Steele curses the encroaching dead, threatening violence. He laughs at them, kind of making monkey noises as he reaches for them with the pole. We pan across their dead faces, their soulless eyes and torn flesh in varying states of decay. They reach for Steele from the bottom as Miguel looks on nervously, but Steele eventually snags a zombie played by Deborah Gordon, seizing her and bringing her closer to the barricade as Rickles lowers the rope, sealing the partition in the corral. After Steele directs him to, Miguel uses the hook at the end of his pole to snag the leather collar that Steele cinched around the zombie's neck. Steele snarks, "Nice hat, asshole," as he knocks the mining helmet off another zombie played by Mark Tierno. He then corrals him with the pole catcher around his neck, too, and he calls for Rickles to open up the door to let the first zombie out on their side, which he does as she snarls in Sarah's direction, with Miguel holding her back with the hook. Rickles then locks the door, raising the rope again so Steele can let the second zombie inside the stable. And once captured, the second zombie loses his mind, groaning and moaning and banging against the wooden boards. This distracts an already weary Miguel, who drops the pole with the hook, freeing the first zombie, who immediately begins advancing on Rickles. Rickles screams for cover fire from Steele, who readies his pistol, but Sarah takes matters into her own hands, snagging the pole from the ground and saving Rickles from becoming a meal. But up above, as Miguel stands frozen, gazing down in guilt and horror, Steele removes his mining helmet, reaching for Miguel's jacket and clinging it in his fist as he snarls that Miguel almost killed Rickles. He shouts furiously in Miguel's face, leaning him over the side of the railing, the captured zombie reaching his hands at Miguel's hanging hair and batting his necklace around. Sarah urges Steele to let Miguel go, reminding him that he had no business up there in the first place, but Steele only grows more intense, cursing Miguel for his error. But he finally comes to his senses when Sarah racks her submachine gun, promising to cut Steele in half if he doesn't unhand Miguel. Steele seethes, spitting in Miguel's face before hurling him off of the barricade, leaving him a heap in the dirt.
Steele will remember that. But now is literally not the time to do this. And it's like, if only somebody had told them that Miguel was not fit to do this.
Yeah, it sucks that nobody...
I was mad at all of them, to be honest. Well, not Sarah, but everybody else.
Well, that's my whole note. Is she the only one that has a brain?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
she literally was like, you look bad, dude. You need some sleep. You know what I mean? Hang out. He's like, no, fuck that. And then whatever. Then them too. She's like, look, I got this, dude. Chill out. No, give me the pole. It's like, dude.
Yeah.
It also seemed like, because when they get off the helicopter, he's like, you're strong. You're stronger than me. Blah! And then down here, Steele's like, you're not strong enough. So I'm like, I thought this was going to be like this recurring theme of like strength or something because these were really back. But maybe again, that's the script being like, okay, we
got it.
Sarah's strong and Steele's got a huge dick. I get it. And it's true because he keeps saying it. Like, that's how you know it's true. But it's like, I really thought that would be more of like a motif because it is so back to back.
Right.
But it's really not.
No, and it is kind of wild to me because the way that Miguel says it, it's as if he hears it all the time from everyone.
Yeah.
So for it to be the exact opposite in this situation is really weird.
Yeah.
I think that's something else. You're mentioning this recurring theme that really doesn't go anywhere. But that's another thing about the writing because she literally says, I've done this dozens of times.
Yeah.
So why is it such a big deal?
Yeah.
That it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
No.
But we cut to Steele and Rickles chaining up the two captured zombies inside of a laboratory. The zombies pulling at their restraints as Steele and Rickles talk shit to them as they pass a dingy lab skeleton to make their exit. Rickles shouts that he hopes they rot, and he then closes the door, pressing his middle finger to its glass window, shouting, "Fuck you." And the zombies actually appear to be offended by this.
I mean, as they should be.
Yeah.
As they should be, but
That is surprising.
yeah.
Kind of a big deal.
It's like, did that zombie gasp?
Yeah. He was shocked, I think. It's not normal. But in her quarters, Sarah readies a syringe, pulling the plunger back to fill the reservoir with a sedative. Miguel stands watching her momentarily before rushing over to tear the syringe from her hands, throwing it across the room, and proclaiming that he refuses to let her dope him up. Sarah calmly states that Miguel needs it because he's behaving dangerously, but Miguel just stands against the wall, his head pressed to the calendar that we saw earlier in Sarah's dream, the field of pumpkins over the month of October with all the dates marked out. Sarah insists that she's only trying to help Miguel, but he weakly tells her that he doesn't need her help or anyone else's. Holding his face in his hands, Miguel laments that Sarah made him look like a real asshole out there, like a real piece of shit.
What?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
She's like, I don't remember knocking the pole from your hands.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, jelly arms. What the fuck did that have to do with me?
Butterfingers. But Miguel urges her to stay away from him with that. Sarah approaches him slowly, but Miguel closes the distance sharply, raising his hand and bringing it across Sarah's face in a slap as he repeats, "Stay away."
And now we start the countdown till you get fucking got by the zombies, because now I can't wait for that. But Sarah, up the dose, dude. Take this motherfucker out. Like, he's done.
Yeah, I understand he's going through it and he needs a nap, but she should have lit his ass up.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Isn't
He's a
it
toddler.
crazy
Yeah.
how the zombies beat Miguel's ass in my bedroom?
And then went back into the
That's
mine.
crazy.
No, who did that?
But he slaps her again, and Sarah just stands there staring at him in shock. I did see an interview with Lori Cardile. These slaps are real.
Damn.
Hell no.
But Miguel immediately crumbles into tears, pressing his face to Sarah's neck as she holds him to her with one hand. But in the other hand, Sarah readies another syringe, and she picks her spot carefully before jamming it into Miguel's shoulder. He groans in pain before collapsing onto the bed in the corner of the room. With a look of betrayal in his eyes, Miguel reaches his feet again, beginning to advance on Sarah, but she just snags the other syringes from the med kit and clutches them to her. Mournfully, Miguel just calls Sarah the B word before collapsing onto his bed and sobs as Sarah leaves the room.
He would wake up in the mines.
He would wake up
Or
being
by,
eaten.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or by that fence that they keep punching up on the surface.
I can't believe, and then what we learn about them, it just is so, it makes no sense to me.
No.
Yeah.
But in a large room, sitting in front of a series of maps of Florida, Ted Fisher, a scientist played by John Amplas, pleads his case to Captain Henry Rhodes, played by Joseph Pilato.
So John Amplas, it looks like he did Martin in 77.
Romero.
Right. Dawn of the Dead in 78.
Romero.
Toxic Zombie in 80.
I'm not sure.
And The Dark Half in 93.
Romero.
And we're back.
I was very shocked to see on IMDb, John Amplas's picture is him as Nathan Grantham
Yeah,
The
coming
ghoul.
out of the
Yeah.
in Creepshow. I would have never... I don't know what I thought was under that makeup.
Yeah, no, not that.
But it wasn't this scientist.
Yeah.
No. And he said basically working with Romero before, Romero called him and asked if he wanted to do this. And he said yes, but he felt like he is too like baby-faced to play a convincing scientist.
Is he bigging himself up?
Yeah.
I look
He's
too
like, I'm
youthful.
too
Right.
fucking cute, dude.
I can't do it.
He just felt like he looked too young and that he wouldn't be taken seriously. But I think he did good.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. I wouldn't think that.
No. So Joseph Pilato, Rhodes. I seen that he was also in Dawn of the Dead.
Romero.
Yeah. And he did, I'm not sure how many episodes, I tried to look, but he did the Briscoe County Jr.
Really?
Yeah, he sure did. And then he was in Wishmaster in 97.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I did hear, I guess, in the American version of Dawn of the Dead, because we talked about the European cut, but in the American version, I guess his part was majorly cut.
Yeah.
And so it was barely even seen that he was even in this film.
Oh, wow.
Which really sucks.
Yeah.
But he also talked about, because I had mentioned Roger Ebert not being very kind to this film, he said that whenever they talked about Day of the Dead on Ebert and Siskel, or Siskel and Ebert, I think was the order. It's McNamara, Troy, you got to get it right. They had talked about examples of overacting in the film that Ebert hated. And the first thing, and really the only thing they showed, was part of his performance. And he said, I cried and cried.
Oh.
And I was like, I feel like it's a very big performance.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any part of it that I'm like, oh, this is just...
No. I think it fits in with what the film is.
Yeah.
He said that since he had already worked with Romero so many times before, when he heard about Day of the Dead, he just called him. He was like, I'll literally just be a zombie. Like, he just wanted to be involved. So they invited him to come and read for Rhodes. And he said it was 2 weeks before Christine Romero called him back. And it was, I mean, obviously he got the part of Rhodes, but he said that Rhodes is basically the personification of everything that he stands against. Like he'd gone to a lot of like anti-war rallies and stuff and been pepper sprayed and been, kind of, he just was like, this is something that I'm going to have to completely bury myself in because it's so not like me at all.
Yeah.
And this also was the role that Tom Savini wanted.
Oh.
And Romero told him no. And this is also the role that Clark wanted, and they gave him Steele instead.
I thought you were going to say someone else.
No. And I think that he was like, because he's so much bigger than Rhodes.
Yeah.
I think he was like, well, because of how big he is, he's a fucking football player.
Yeah.
He was like, no, that he's kind of just like, behind him.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Like he's the muscle for him.
Yeah.
That makes more like when you look at the dynamics, the leader being menacing in stature doesn't work for me. So it makes a lot of sense for him to be more, on everybody else's level.
I think that this would just be really funny if Tom Savini was playing this role, though.
It'd be hard to take it seriously. But that does make sense because it almost makes him immediately, it's like, oh, that giant dude's a villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But Fisher worries about the sterile conditions of the lab, lamenting half of their work has been lost to contamination. But Rhodes barely looks up from his paperwork, ordering Fisher to work with what he's got. And moments and lines like this, you definitely see that parallel with Romero.
Yeah.
But Steele sits down next to Rhodes and across from Fisher with a beer and a cigar, smiling snarkily as Fisher calls it madness. Fisher asks Rhodes to understand, but Rhodes assures him that he does understand. He understands that Fisher and his playmates are running out of friends fast around here. Sarah then enters the door at the far end of the room, passing Rickles, who pours himself a cup of coffee at a table. But Fisher continues that Major Cooper promised him. And Rhodes, taking a sip of his coffee, coldly reminds Fisher that Major Cooper is dead. He's in command now.
He just died this morning, dude.
Yeah. He got over it pretty fast.
Like, fuck.
And I think this is one of those things like the screenwriting is a little because we already could tell all of these things. Every bit of it. But Rhodes repeats his previous answer. You'll work with what you've got. But he adds that Fisher better start showing him some results or he won't have that much longer. A frustrated Fisher doesn't understand how he can show any results without the proper working conditions. But Sarah interrupts, reminding both men of the desperate situation they're in and pleading with them to just get along. Rhodes just counters that Sarah needs them, but the way he sees it, he doesn't know that they need her at all. Steele co-signs as Rhodes speculates on what the hell it is Sarah is even doing in there, what his men are risking their asses for. Sarah suggests that if there were more cooperation around here, his men wouldn't have to risk their asses so often. But Rickles sits blurry at a table behind Sarah, playing a game of solitaire, as she levels with Rhodes, sharing that Miguel is in bad shape. This inspires a sarcastic no shit from Steele, but Sarah continues that she wants Miguel pulled off of active duty until they can evaluate his condition. Rhodes rejects this, but Sarah persists that Miguel is over the edge and turning into Jell-O. Steele surprisingly takes this into some very racist places.
Yes!
Yeah.
And does continue to do so.
Yeah, he's like, he got the green light and nobody said
nobody's
anything.
Nobody's going to stop me?
But Steele cracks himself up as Rhodes steps away from the table. Ignoring Steele, an unyielding Sarah continues that Miguel is disturbed and close to his breaking point, which could prove dangerous for everyone. After a moment of pensive ponderance while standing at one of the large hanging maps, Rhodes turns to face Sarah again, removing his jacket and suggesting that maybe he should cut off Miguel's extracurricular activities. Maybe Sarah is keeping him too busy at night. Sarah scowls that they're talking about a man's life and the lives of all of those that he could be putting into danger. But his villainous gaze locked on Sarah, Rhodes has another suggestion, putting Miguel in quarantine, which Steele seconds, even offering to build the cage himself. Rhodes is in favor of this idea, and as he looks Sarah up and down, he adds that it might give the rest of them a shot at some lovin'.
Okay. I was already concerned when I saw that she was the only woman down here.
Yeah.
And this really only validates that uneasiness. I don't understand the unwillingness to listen to her when this isn't a maybe this can happen. It literally happened like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
His exhaustion, whatever, did put people at risk. That just happened.
And
but Rhodes is like, no, because y'all are fucking too much. It's like, no.
Too much?
That's what he
You
said.
don't tell me how much. I decide.
But literally.
It's very well, the thing that confused me, I mean, is that as well, but that's one of your dudes.
Yes, that's
why are you being an asshole to
You're
him? I don't
right.
understand. That's your people.
I think that's what confuses me so much is that Miguel is just seen so outside of the military group,
Yeah.
but he's a member of the military.
He
Yeah.
is.
And I think what also bothers me is exactly what you said, is this inconsistency with Steele, because he's like, yeah, I'll build the cage for him. But not even like half an hour ago, you were like, you almost got Rickles killed.
Yeah.
And he had to be threatened with a submachine gun to not hurt him. So shouldn't he be like, hey, yeah, there might be a problem with Miguel.
Yeah, you're right.
You're so right.
But to Rhodes' implication, Steele cackles that it's gonna be a long winter. Sarah's rage boils as she corrals Fisher to leave with her. She storms off with him close behind as Rhodes calls out from the table that there will be a meeting tonight at 7:30, and he orders everyone to be there, including who he refers to as Dr. Frankenstein and Sarah's boyfriend. Before reaching the door, Sarah shares that Miguel was given a sedative and he won't be attending, which earns her Rose's admonishment. He tells her that he needs all the manpower they can get, and she can't go around doping his men without his say. He asks if that's clear, and Sarah answers, saluting, "Yes, sir. Fuck you, sir," before exiting into the hall with Fisher, leaving Rhodes to seethe. I think after seeing the dynamic of these two groups, whoever is in the streets of Fort Myers was right to just stay there. Like, you were really going to bring people into this dynamic?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what you have going on. There is no way that that's good for fucking anybody.
No.
It's just like with good, I don't want to say, with most good zombie stories, whether it's, comics or film or whatever, it really is. It always boils down to humans being way scarier. The living ones are way scarier than the undead ones.
Yeah.
And this just really, I would take my chances with the fucking zombies up above than be down here with these fucking people.
No, well, yeah, because the zombies want to eat you.
That's
Yeah.
it.
If you can just hide, you're fine.
Yeah.
These dudes are going to wait for you to fuck up and watch you.
Yeah.
They're horrifying.
Yeah.
And there's only one alligator up there. We can handle
Yeah, it'll be
Yeah.
fine. I heard he hurt his nose. He's pretty distracted.
But as they walk together in the hall, Fisher laments the loss of Major Cooper, admitting that he thought he was an asshole, but he realizes now that he was a sweetheart next to Rhodes. Again with the writing. We just saw, I don't care what Cooper was doing, there's no way that he's worse than Rhodes.
Yeah.
No, he's like, I think Rhodes might be mean.
Yeah,
I think he's a bad guy.
He's the bad guy in the film, I think. But Fisher warns that Sarah should watch herself, physically watch herself. Sarah is unfazed and unworried, suggesting that they just need to pound some logic into their heads, which Fisher feels is impossible. Sarah just sighs before asking her colleague where Dr. Logan is. Fisher wonders where else Frankenstein would be, but in his laboratory. And to the accompaniment of ominous music, we get a shot of a closed door down the end of another hall. Sarah walks towards it, opening it, and creeping through the shadows of the room, past a wall of rock, to find Dr. Matthew Logan, played by Richard Liberty, standing over a dissected body on a gurney in his blood-covered lab coat and surrounded by a few other occupied gurneys and a mess of medical equipment.
Richard Liberty. I believe he was in The Crazies?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Romero.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's why Romero called him.
Oh.
Okay. I know there's other groups, but this is kind of like an Adam Sandler thing, huh? Just call your friends to come get in the movie.
And it's one of those things we talk about all the time, not just because it's cool, but because we would do the same thing.
Well,
Absolutely, yeah. It was cute. In the book, he talked about relocating with his wife and their 2 cats to come and do this because he was so obsessed with this character. He had developed an entire backstory for him, like with a troubled and complicated relationship with his father. Like he had a whole fleshed out thing. I think that he brings something really special to this, the performance, because sometimes you're like, oh, no, yeah, I get what you're saying. And then other times it's like, I think that we've made a horrible mistake.
But Logan speaks into his tape recorder, recounting the brain deterioration of his subjects, but remarking that upon revival, their rate of decomposition slows substantially. As he flicks on the light on a mounted box on the wall to view an X-ray, he comments that it's possible for these beings to function over a period of years, and in cases of early revival, up to 10 or 12 years before decay would threaten mobility. So part of me is like, is this speculation based on like kind of extrapolating the data, or has it been 10 or 12 years?
Oh.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
But Sarah stands watching as Logan walks across the stained laboratory floor, but out of nowhere, one of the dead lurches for her from behind. Sarah shrieks, turning to look at the zombie as he groans weakly, his neck attached to a chain, and his eyes oddly sympathetic. In his red shirt, brown jacket, and pants stands Bub, played by Sherman Howard, credited, interestingly, as Howard Sherman.
All right.
Yeah.
I was trying to get to the bottom of this. I think his birth name is Sherman Howard, and his stage name was Howard Sherman.
Okay.
All right.
For a time.
Okay.
Because I think he's credited as Sherman Howard now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, when I looked for Sherman Howard, I did see that he did Ricochet in 91, The Stand in 94.
Oh.
And he played a character in Red Dead Redemption. He was Oliver Phillips.
Oh, wow. I did read that he had a theatrical background.
Okay.
And so that really aided in his audition, obviously, and helped him to get the part because so much of his performance, it is based around these expressions.
Yeah.
And they were talking on this making of that a very important part of theatrical acting, which is true, is to act enough for the people in the front row to grasp your emotions, but to act large enough for the people in the back row to grasp them as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so keeping these in mind, you really see this talent on display through Bub's performance. And Romero himself compared Sherman Howard's performance to that of Boris Karloff.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
But noticing Sarah's arrival, Logan comments that the brain is the engine that drives the dead. He says they don't need any blood flow or vital organs. He returns to the dissected body of a zombie on his gurney, his chest carved open and his ribs on full display as his eyes peer around the room. Logan places the zombie's organs clumsily back into the cavity, explaining that there's nothing left of this corpse but brain and limbs, but it still functions. With the zombie tied down, Logan demonstrates something else. When he reaches his hand over the zombie's mouth, it reaches up with its jaw in an attempt to take a bite. Logan explains excitedly that it still wants food, even though it doesn't have a stomach. He states that it's working on instinct, a deep, dark, primordial instinct. He walks over to a nearby chalkboard filled with scribbled diagrams, punctuating his findings with the point of his blood-covered finger, explaining the order of the brain's decomposition. The frontal lobe, the neocortex, then the limbic system at the middle brain, but the core is the last thing to be attacked by the decay. He refers to the R complex, or the essential bit of prehistoric jelly inherited from the reptiles. He walks over to another body, this one covered in a bloody sheet, as he explains that with this subject, he attacked the R complex discreetly, removing it from the equation. To Sarah's horror, when he removes the sheet from the corpse, we see all that exists above its neck is its spinal column and brain, from which juts a mess of thin blue and red wires connected to a machine. As Logan mans the machine, he explains that the corpse's primitive instincts have been erased. To demonstrate this, he turns a dial, which causes the headless corpse's arm to spasm upward, accompanied by the sound of electricity. And Logan demonstrates this with the opposite arm as well, up and down with the turn of a dial. Logan speculates that while it still has motor function, it might even still have power of deliberation, which means that it could be domesticated, conditioned to behave the way that they want it to behave.
I'm not trying to pop any bubbles here.
Uh-huh.
But isn't it just responding to electric stimuli?
Yes, that's what's
won't
happening.
anything jump if you shock it with electricity?
Mostly.
I don't think this is proving what you're wanting it to prove. Right? Am I tripping?
No, I think this experiment doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, what we see, you've got to do a lot for this.
Yeah.
And that's what Sarah says. She criticizes the logistics of the entire operation, saying that all it requires is 15 hours of surgery that only a handful of people can do, which is like,
Yeah.
this isn't optimal.
I did, just very quickly before we move on, want to talk about this. This is a real actor's torso. Tom Savini said that a lot of people thought it was a dummy, but the actor's head is underneath the table.
Wow.
And the brain is up above. So they said it was very uncomfortable, but that's an actor under there raising his arms.
Dude, so Dr. Tongue wasn't real, but this is?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Also, like I said, speaking of Dr. Tongue, they did use nicknames for the builds and the looks and whatever. So this brain, the nickname for it was the moose clit. Somebody else says it in the making of, and then they cut to Tom Savini and he's like, yeah, well, it looks like a moose clit. It's like, okay. That was the explanation.
Okay.
Good Lord.
How close to a moose? Why were you that good?
I know. I was like, I'm not familiar with that visual, but I will take your word for it.
They were doing some weird shit on the
I
set.
don't even, yeah.
We can move on.
Why a moose?
I don't know.
But when Sarah suggests they stop their work with the neurophysical and focus on something more practical, Logan insists that these findings are central to the condition and that he won't stop work that could lead to an answer. Sarah isn't sure that he's proving anything, believing that Logan is instead making too many assumptions. She notes that he's wasting his time explaining what's happening rather than looking for what's making it happen. She also scolds him for his handling of specimens, considering how dangerous it is to round up the new ones for him to experiment on. She stumbles upon a lifeless corpse on the ground, asking what happened to this one, for example. And Logan calmly states that it was too unruly and he had to destroy it. It's like, what?
Okay. What the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
You're
all
fired.
that.
Like what? You can't, you're no longer a scientist.
Right, you help the other guy now.
Yeah. But he insists that he could still get information from that corpse. And as Logan stands at his workstation in front of the X-ray board, surrounded by glass jars of internal organs, Sarah fears that they're losing the support of the men, claiming that they might not assist anymore when they run out of specimens, or worse, they could shut down their work completely. Logan has an answer to this problem, however. He'll show them results, proof that these creatures can be domesticated, even without surgery. He says knowing what they are, they could learn to approach them properly to condition and control them. He concludes that it's their only hope. Sarah ponders this, but as the music rises somberly, she notices something on the ground next to the headless zombie on the gurney, with its brain exposed and body moving. It's a military uniform, and the name patch reads Cooper.
I feel like you should probably have disposed
At least put it under the
names.
gurney.
Yeah. It's very sloppy.
Like, God damn. Looking back at the table and what's left of their former colleague, as the remnants of his brain slurp at the air fruitlessly with surgical clamps attached to his jugular, Logan returns to the gurney, admitting that, yes, this is Major Cooper.
Dude, what? Look, I get it. I know you're trying to save lives or whatever, but not our own men.
Get this guy
What?
out of here.
Yeah.
His body's not even cold.
No.
He died this
No.
morning.
Sarah stares in shock, and Logan adds that Cooper is helping them much more now than when he was alive. Which, goddamn.
Yeah.
Confused, Sarah shares that she saw the grave outside, but Logan reveals that unbeknownst to them, the men they buried was a specimen, not Major Cooper. Livid, Sarah asks Logan what he thinks the men will do to all of them if they find out, and Logan insists that they never will, as Cooper can't be recognized, but his fucking jacket's
Yeah,
right
I
there.
was going to say, she figured it out.
I recognized him.
But just then, the dissected zombie with his chest opened tears free from his restraints. As he leans forward, his poorly gathered entrails tumble sloppily out of his opened cavity, splashing bloody on the floor. Sarah turns away, gagging, naturally.
Yeah. I was like, she's so mean.
But Logan reaches for a small drill and upon switching it on, forces it through the forehead of the zombie, whirring bloodily into his brain. Bub stands near the entrance, watching and whimpering.
They talked in that book about how Tom Savini basically just asked Romero, can some of my guys be zombies? And he was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So the one on the table right now that just got
Yeah.
was played by Michael Tursick. He would go on to do In the Mouth of Madness, Jurassic Park, Terminator 2, Child's Play 2.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah. But they bought a 5-gallon bucket of pig guts because Tom Savini said that nothing looks and acts like guts but guts. So these were real guts that were packed into Mike Tursick's cavity because they said they cast him kind of laying in a hole so that the chest wouldn't be like too bulky and big. You know how you can kind of sometimes tell
Yeah.
that it's sitting on top of a chest. So he was kind of sunk into the table. They had the chest on top of his, a cavity cut into it. They loaded it up with pig guts. But he said the one thing that was rubber is they use a big rubber large intestine to wrap around all of the guts. And so when he leans over and they spill out, it's like unraveling. And so the rubber intestine is the only thing still hanging from the gag and
Yeah.
everything else is spilled out onto the floor. But he said then they just pick the guts back up, put him back in the bucket, and put him in the freezer.
All right. It looks absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
It looks incredible. That's why
Yeah.
it's like nothing looks like guts but guts. And I'm like, I can't fucking
No.
argue with
No,
you.
yeah.
But in the combination military office and cafeteria, the evening meeting has commenced with everyone gathered. The camera arcs around Bill, John sitting next to him eating a bowl of beans, as Bill explains that he can't reach anybody on the radio. Across the room at their table, Steele, sat next to Rickles, Miller, Johnson, and Torres, responds incredulously, with Johnson worried that maybe they are the only ones left. Bill is sure that there are others, but he admits that this bunker isn't the best place to be broadcasting from, and the equipment they're using has just been rotting down here since the Second World War. Steele reminds Bill that it's his job to get it working right, before ordering Bill to lay off the booze and to get someone on the fucking horn. Bill reaches for a flask in his pocket, so he's not listening.
No, that was a power move.
Assuring Steele that if they stay down here long enough, he'll have to lay off the booze because there won't be any of it left. But as he pours himself another drink, he states that he'll continue to indulge himself and continue in doing his best in the good fight against dry rot and rust. But as he drinks from his flask instead of his freshly poured cup, Steele retorts that Bill's best isn't good enough, calling him an asshole. Bill snaps back, expressing his desire to get someone on the radio, especially if it means rescuing him from Steele's nasty mouth. But he softens, recognizing the fact that either there's no one in range of his signals, or they really are the only ones left. Johnson just said that.
Yeah.
And the line was impactful. It's just like, this scene's a little bloated.
Right.
It is. It is.
So buckle up. But Johnson, taking a puff from a joint, remembers that they were able to contact Washington in the recent past, but Bill shares that they were on relays then, not over the air. He then reminds the men that the power is off on the mainland now, and all the shopping malls are closed.
Love that.
Yeah, Dawn of the Dead. Steele is over Bill's attitude, though, telling him that if he keeps it up, he'll shove Bill's flask up his ass. But Sarah, seated at another table with Fisher, has had enough of the bickering, rising from her seat and asking Rhodes if they're finished here. Rhodes replies that they aren't and orders Sarah to sit down. Sarah counters that they've already shared all of their reports, but Rhodes just calls their reports a mouthful of Greek salad, which sounds delicious. I don't know why he's so mad. He goes through Sarah's files, elaborating that it's nothing but formulas, equations, and fancy words that don't mean anything. He says that he just wants to know if they're working towards a solution down there, or if they're just all down there jerking each other off. Rickles takes it too far, reminding the captain that Sarah doesn't have to jerk off like the rest of them because Sarah's got herself an honest-to-God D word to get off on. It's like, Jesus Christ, Rickles.
You guys really are like obsessed.
The men laugh as Rickles admonishes Miguel's penis as cowardly. This is the strangest script I've ever written.
That was a weird...
It's like you're not even trying anymore.
Dude. I bet it's afraid too. It's like,
Yeah, I was like, huh?
This Mad Libs?
who wrote this crap? Sarah tries to leave, but Rhodes orders her once again to sit down. When she stands there frozen with her back to him, Rhodes adds, "Sit down, lady, or so help me God, I'll have you shot." The music grows tense as Sarah responds in shock. Rhodes repeats his threat, unwavering, Sarah asking him if he's lost his mind. He claims that he hasn't, and he then asks Sarah the same question, reminding her that he just told her he was willing to kill her if she didn't get back in her chair, and she's not back in her chair. Frustrated, Fisher slams his hand onto the table, rising to his feet in defense of Sarah, asking when this became a military operation, and Rhodes knows exactly when he took over. He then orders Steele to shoot Sarah, who responds with a finger gun, facetiously announcing, "Bang, you're dead." All the men laugh uproariously except for Rhodes, who draws his revolver on Steele, repeating his order to kill Sarah, asking Steele if he thinks he's fucking around.
Is there a brig we can throw this guy in? Or like,
why are we all listening to, like, I understand, rank and all that, but the world is over.
Right.
He's obviously, there's got to be some articles that we can fucking call upon to say that somebody is like, this is too far, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if you're like, okay, we're all assholes and whatever, why are you really pulling a fucking gun on me and
At
doing
him,
that?
yeah.
So you're gonna shoot me if I don't shoot somebody you're upset with?
Yeah.
Oh no, we're not friends, dude.
Kick his ass.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that the zombies kicked Rose's ass in the cafeteria? But Rhodes gives to the count of 5, claiming that Steele has already wasted 2 seconds. The men shift nervously in their chairs, and Steele removes the cigar from his mouth, dumbstruck, as Rhodes announces, "That's 3. 4. John stands up sharply near Sarah, asking her to sit down. Sarah just asks what this even is, but John repeats in a whisper for Sarah to sit down and shut up. Rhodes finally reaches 5, and as he pulls back the hammer, Steele relents, rising to his feet and nervously reaching for his gun. As he raises it and aims it towards Sarah, John instinctively reaches his hand to his gun, but Sarah shouts, "No!" before finally returning to her chair. She pulls it back roughly from the table before taking her seat, glaring furiously at Rhodes. With his gun raised, Rhodes asks if there are any more questions about the way things are going to run around here from now on. John finally sits down too, clasping his fingers to his stomach as Rhodes holsters his weapon. As the military men return to their seats as well, Rhodes stalks the table in front of everyone, reminding them all that this isn't a goddamn field trip, it's a fucking war. He points a finger at Sarah, adding that he's not down here in this cave for his health, he's down here on orders. But Fisher bravely corrects him. The orders are to facilitate the job of the scientific team, reminding him that it's a civilian team that doesn't have to be subjected to his tyranny. Rhodes asks who is being subjected to what, considering Fisher's team has only lost 1 man, while Rhodes has lost 5 of his. He asks why they have to keep the dead around, and where it says in the orders that they have to do anything other than shoot them in the head, and his men concur. But they're all interrupted by Logan, who enters through the door at the far end of the room in his bloody lab coat, commenting that they don't have nearly enough ammunition to shoot all of the dead in the head, and if they wanted to, they should have done that at the start.
At least he dressed for dinner, I guess.
You know, have a backup. But he says that they let the dead overrun them, and they're in the minority now, estimating that they're about 400,000 to 1.
That is fucking appalling.
Yeah.
I don't think I mean, I know that at the beginning they went into that city and there was nobody there, but just the gravity of those numbers, I did not understand that, like, that's what we were dealing with.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I'm sorry, man. This isn't a war. This is survival.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
It's over.
They won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eat your beans and
And shut the fuck up. Stop measuring dicks or jerking off or whatever you're doing.
Knock it off, all of it. But Logan sits down casually across from Sarah and Fisher, asking if there's any food left. Rhodes approaches him with fury at his tardiness, to which Logan brushes off, saying that he couldn't break away from his work before asking Rhodes again about the food. There's a very funny back and forth here because Rhodes is like, "Excuse me," and Logan goes, "Excuse me, is there any food?"
He's working.
hungry.
Like, dude, this is wild. This is not good.
He can't get an answer.
No. But when he does this, Rhodes pounds the table, shouting, "I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein." A vein bulging in his forehead, Rhodes orders Logan to tell him what the fuck he's doing with his time. He once again suspects Logan might just be jerking off in there.
Take a shot every time we talk about jerking off.
He says if so, he'll order his men to blow the piss out of all of Logan's precious specimens before leaving Logan and all of his friends here alone to rot. He asks if that's food enough for Logan. But Logan retorts, he's like, "I'm still hungry."
It's not.
But Logan retorts, asking where Rhodes and all his men would go. And he smirks, admitting that Rhodes could destroy his specimens, but there's about 1 million more waiting outside. He doubts Rhodes could blow the piss out of all of them, and he tells Rhodes that he's lost, unless he can make them behave.
I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're about to lose the room.
Not now, dude.
Hey, who brought this dude?
The military men scoff, Steele calling this place a fucking loony bin. They start riffing for a moment until Rhodes orders them to shut up, asking Logan to elaborate. Logan promises that he'll be able to show them soon enough, asking Sarah to co-sign on the progress he's made, which Sarah does so reluctantly.
Please don't ask me to do that.
Yeah.
I've never met this man.
Well, it looks very bad the way he came in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rhodes asks what Logan even means by behave, and Logan explains that it means keeping the dead from wanting to eat them, keeping them in check, controlling them. Rhodes asks when Logan plans to show them something they can understand, and Logan assures him that he's very close, maybe in a matter of weeks. But Sarah interrupts him, declaring that there is no way to put a timetable on it. It could be months, it could be years before they know exactly what they're dealing with. The military men begin clamoring, but Logan shouts over them, claiming that Sarah's research is more esoteric than his, as she's looking to reverse the process, and she may never find what she's looking for, as the equipment that they have is inadequate. Rhodes is furious. After Bill's complaints, now this? And Sarah reminds Rhodes how quickly this operation was put together, a matter of days, and Rhodes offers to take it apart in a matter of minutes, which he's more than ready to do before taking the next train out of here. But Logan insists with nowhere else to go, they'll have to give them the weeks that they're asking for. Sarah corrects him, asking instead for however long it takes. She assumes there are survivors in Washington with more sophisticated equipment who know about them. She supposes without radio contact, they'll eventually come looking for them. This inspires chatter from the military men, until Rhodes orders their silence again. Steele throws his empty beer can in a childish protest, but after mulling it over for a moment, Rhodes vaguely gives them a little more time, but warns that they better start showing him results, they better not piss him off, and they better keep him in the loop. And if anybody fucks with his command, they'll get court-martialed and executed. The music grows ominous as Rhodes lets them all know that he means it. John smiles for some reason. And that's the scene. That's it. I don't get that at all.
Well, he dies as soon as we get a chance.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, he is right. Okay, we decide not to help you. We take the helicopter and we get out of here, or we take us and our weapons. You guys are here by yourself. Where the fuck are we supposed to go, and for how long are we supposed to survive? Before everybody starts fighting, and then everybody's blaming everybody. Like, you guys are all fucking unorganized. You're screaming at each other. Mm-hmm. You're having him do your dirty work. Now he's probably mad at you. You know what I mean? I get that Logan is like talking, but not talking.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, that is really our option, our only option.
I think the thing that kind of confuses me is this operation was put together in a matter of days.
Mm-hmm.
So you were all working here together from the start?
Yeah. What?
Like when you all got here together and you were working on the same goal? Maybe?
I don't know.
Then wouldn't y'all know each other a little better?
I'm very confused about what the fuck they're doing here.
Yeah, cool.
No, it's confusing because we're dropped right into the middle, or seemingly in the middle, but they're still like, it's our job to guard you. It's like,
yeah.
What? But what? I don't know. It is confusing.
And if they are, like, the whole thing is just maybe to test the specimens and see like how, like, maybe it was about reversal at first.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How did they let Logan just start doing his own thing like this?
Oh, yeah.
They really dropped the ball.
How far was it?
Yeah.
Until he fucking detoured from the plan.
To mad scientist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like Sarah is more in control of everything and she is a scientist in her own right.
Yeah.
So I'm just really confused at the hierarchy of her and Logan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know much of anything.
And where does Fisher fit into it?
These are great questions. But as everyone exits the meeting, Sarah doubts that Rhodes really would have killed her. And John knows that he wouldn't have. He would have had Steele do it. But Sarah says she doesn't think Rhodes is that inhuman. But John reminds her that Rhodes is human, and that's what scares him.
You don't, Sarah?
So he wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, where are you getting that?
Were you asleep?
Yeah.
But John continues that Rhodes won't shoot Bill because nobody else knows electronics. He won't shoot him because he's his ride. And he assumes that he wouldn't shoot Logan because of his gift of gab. But John tells the rest of them that they better start worrying. As John and Bill walk away together, Sarah calls out to them, insisting that they would be better off if they could all work together instead of pulling in separate directions. John replies, "That's the trouble with the world, Sarah darling. People have different ideas concerning what they want out of life." Right on the nose.
Yeah, that ain't the truth.
Yeah, it's
For real though. It is like funny too because first of all, I believe everything that John is saying.
Yeah.
Like you are not safe. And I don't know why she thinks she is.
Yeah.
But
they're leaving the meeting. She's like, that was crazy in there. It's like, I don't think you're respecting the gravity of what the fuck just happened.
Rhodes was really on one, right?
Yeah. He'll be chill by tomorrow, right? Like, he'll forget all about this, right?
No.
But he's right.
Yes.
They don't need you.
Not at all. But the music in the scene was so like heartfelt.
Mm-hmm.
It was really intense for the moment.
But that night, Sarah sits wrapped in a blanket in her quarters. She peers over at Miguel, who awakens in bed. But when he rolls over to face her, she sees that his chest is torn open, his bloody ribcage on full display as he turns over, his entrails tumbling out of his open torso and onto the floor.
Again, excellent.
Yeah.
They did this the exact same way with the rubber large intestine with those same pig guts that they took out of the freezer and then put back in the freezer. And he said that it was interesting to be loaded up with pig guts as a vegetarian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But Sarah jumps, waking herself up from another nightmare. When she looks over at Miguel now, he sits up in the corner of the bed, running his fingers through his beard. He asks, "You are afraid, aren't you? Just as afraid as I am." And he suggests that she take a sedative so she can sleep.
Put him back out.
Yeah.
Who the fuck told you could be awake right now?
Sarah doesn't respond, and Miguel just tells her that she's full of shit and he's through with her. Sarah is fine with this, telling Miguel to get out. But when he doesn't move, she rises to her feet, tearing the blanket from her shoulders and shouting again for Miguel to leave. She opens the door for him, and in a huff, he snags his rifle from the corner of the room and leaves, with Sarah slamming the door behind him.
He looks surprised.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that he's surprised.
Yeah.
And I'm so confused. I'm through with you. Wait, you're through with me?
Yeah.
Like, what do you expect?
I'm just as confused as you, man. I didn't understand what was happening. Again, she's the only one who seems like she cares about your well-being. Even if you're like, don't give me a shot, I don't want to go to sleep or whatever.
Yeah.
She's trying to do it for your own good. She's in there defending you. She's trying to tell them, whatever. And then I would have been like, oh, you're afraid too. I get it. So you do understand me. Not, oh, you're scared? What? Fuck you.
Yeah.
What? It's like, dude, you got a lot of nerve to come at me like that.
Yeah, and do not fucking, like, I wake up from a nightmare and you're like, you're scared.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, that wasn't even real. That was in here. That was in here, dude.
I think that this whole thing maybe would have worked better for me if we had seen any positive interaction between Miguel and Sarah.
Okay.
Because you're just like, Sarah, what are you doing?
Yeah, there is literally nothing that you can even point to to say, oh, well, at least Miguel saved her from, or,
Yeah.
something. Nothing.
Yeah, all we know is that they're sleeping together, or they were.
And his dick is scared or whatever.
Yeah.
According to Rick.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's what they said in the cafeteria.
Of all places, we're trying to eat,
Don't
dude.
talk about that in front of my beans.
Yeah, that's weird.
Right in front of my salad.
Jesus, my Greek salad. But Sarah stands pensive for a moment before grabbing her submachine gun and heading into the hall. Once there, she snags some medication from a med kit in the wall and takes the pills with a drink of water from a nearby fountain. But near to the fountain, she peers into a dark room where she sees through the window the second corralled zombie absolutely losing his shit in the dark. She just continues down an adjacent hall, but she's stopped dead in her tracks when military men come bursting out of one of the rooms. Steele, Torres, Rickles, Johnson, and Miller are all fighting for some reason. And as they wrestle against each other, Bill spots her in the middle of the mess, whisking her out of harm's way as the military men tumble over each other. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, my home note is, what the hell?
Literally.
I don't get that.
No. I literally thought I missed something.
Yeah.
But down another hallway, Bill checks on Sarah, who insists she's all right, and politely declines his offer to give her a drink from his refilled flask. Bill claims that brandy is good for the heart, and even though Sarah counters that it's shit for the heart and eats up your liver too, she takes a swig, and then a gulp. But as the music rises around them, they head outside together, through the rough cave from earlier and past the cart that Steele operated, snagging a pair of mining helmets. The lights switched on, they walk together until they reach a trailer. Bill remarks that they don't get much visitors out here in their quarters, and they like it that way. But he invites her inside, and we see the sign on the door that reads, The Ritz. Once inside, Sarah smiles at a framed artwork of a rose drawn over a scroll, which reads, God bless our home. Bill assumes John is out back, and he leads Sarah out the door at the other end of the trailer. Sarah smiles widely when Bill opens the door to reveal John, seated leisurely in a lounge chair with a binder in his lap, fake grass beneath his feet, surrounded by deck chairs, a parasol, and in front of a large poster of a tropical beach.
I love this.
Yeah.
It's very sweet. John greets Sarah, welcoming her to civilization, the last holdout. Sarah admits that it's pretty nice, much nicer than her quarters for sure, and John comments that it's much safer inside, but he and Billy Boy, as he says, like to live dangerously. Sarah takes a seat, remarking that she hasn't seen John do anything dangerous since they've got here, and John counters that just sticking around is getting a bit dangerous, as he's sure Sarah noticed tonight.
Yeah, but he also was like getting ready to grab his gun and defend her.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah forgot about that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, you've done to sit on your ass or whatever. It's like,
No. Sarah admires John as a mystery compared to the other goons inside. She says that he has a sense of, but doesn't elaborate, even when John insists that she does. But Sarah admits that she only came down here to get drunk, and she doesn't have the energy to talk. But John urges her, telling her that it takes more energy to keep quiet than it does to speak the mind. God damn.
So good.
Yeah.
So
That's a
good.
Great line. After a moment of rest, Sarah sits up in her seat, reminding John that he was sent down here to do a job. But John insists that his only job is to fly the helicopter, which he's doing just fine. Sarah continues. He has the protection of the facility. He eats their food, drinks their water, and he doesn't lift a finger to help. Bill sets a drink next to Sarah as she adds, neither one of you. Bill then adds more liquor to her glass, which makes her smile.
She's like, thanks for the drink.
Yeah. It's like, God
You're
damn.
both fucking,
Yeah.
you're not even pulling your weight. Thank you for the refill.
We invited you into our home.
Oh, this is nice.
Yeah.
You guys suck. Like, dude.
But John laughs, settling back into his chair as Bill takes a seat on the porch. John admits that he doesn't believe in what they're doing down there. But he snags the binder from his lap, sharing that down here in this cave, he found the books and records of the top 500 companies, the Defense Department budget, negatives of films, microfilms with tax returns and news stories, immigration records and census reports, and official accounts of wars and natural disasters that interrupted the flow of things in the United States. As Bill pops a pipe into his mouth and lights it, John asks Sarah the point of all the record-keeping now, calling their facility a great big 14-mile tombstone. His voice echoes, and as the nearby dead answer in a moan, John adds that their tombstone has an epitaph no one will bother to read. He says then comes Sarah, with more graphs and charts and records. He asks if she's just going to bury them all down here with all the other relics of what once was. Sarah lowers her gaze as John adds that she's never going to figure it out, just like they never figured out why the stars are where they are. He says it's not mankind's job to figure this stuff out, adding that Sarah's work is a waste of time, and time is all they have left. But Sarah insists that what she's doing is all there is left to do, but John politely shames her for this line of thinking, as he says, There is plenty to do. So long as there are people, they could start over, start fresh, have children, and teach them to never come here and dig these records out. The music grows uplifting before dissolving into eerie stabs of synth as Sarah seems to mull it over. John suggests if Sarah wants to put some kind of explanation down here before she leaves, the best one that he could find is their being punished by their creator. He visited a curse on them so humans could look at what hell is like. He supposes the creator didn't want to see them blow themselves up. He just wanted to show that he was still the boss of them. Maybe he thought they were getting too big for their britches, trying to figure shit out. Sarah can only drink solemnly in response.
So God sent zombies because he hates us?
He wants to put us in our place.
Yeah. Like, calm
All
down.
right.
Yeah. You're doing too much. Sit down. But obviously this was the monologue that he read for his audition.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Yeah.
This, to me, what I was kind of referring to earlier on, where I said that Romero is great at creating these moments that endear you to his characters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is, to me, the moment of them shopping in the mall
Yeah.
Okay.
in Dawn of the Dead.
Well,
Yeah.
going forward, it's like I don't give a fuck about anybody that's not in this trailer right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
100%. And am I the only one who thought that Bill and John read as a couple?
No.
No, I thought they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they not?
I have not read anything that points either way, but to me, I feel like they are.
In my mind, they absolutely are.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even question it.
Well, then there we are. But sometime later, Sarah returns to the laboratory, running tests on vials of blood in a centrifuge. But appearing a bit overwhelmed with a headache, she heads out into the hall, snagging more medication and taking it with a drink of water at the fountain.
I thought the first time she was just upset when she took the medicine and then threw the trash on the ground. But this is twice now, and she needs to get it under control.
I also thought that might lead to something, but she gets headaches sometimes.
Yeah, I did too.
And she has nightmares, and both of them are just things that happen. They need to move on.
But through the nearby laboratory door this time, she discovers Fisher cursing a failed experiment as that second captured zombie from earlier bats a can of food off the table in front of him. Fisher needs to calm down. This is a fucking zombie.
Yeah.
When the zombie bats the food away, Fisher goes, "You son of a bitch!" It's like, dude.
You know zombies don't eat that shit.
No. And
He
aren't
took
you
it as disrespect.
But aren't you glad that that's all he's doing?
Yeah.
He batted a
Yeah.
can of food away.
Right, he's not snapping at you.
No. But Sarah lets herself inside the lab, Fisher explaining it's no good and that the zombie won't eat the can of something called beef treats. After taking a smell of it, Sarah isn't surprised. But as the zombie tears at his chains, Sarah ponders if this is part of Logan's plans to try and socialize the dead, but remembers that he said the dead don't eat for nourishment. She wonders what Logan is hoping to achieve. And say his name and he appears because Logan is right there in the doorway. He explains that they're hoping to satisfy their urge, adding that they are us, the extensions of us, the same animal, functioning less perfectly. He stands in front of the chained zombie who reaches for him, insisting that they can be tricked into being good the same way that they were tricked into it. The promise of a reward to come. We get different sides of Logan later, we'll say.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the first moment that I see where something feels a bit off.
Mm-hmm.
And it does.
Yeah.
But he says that this is the key, and he invites Sarah into his lab to show her something. As they leave, the zombie flips a table, which earns a scolding from Logan. He tells the zombie that that wasn't very nice, and he punishes him by shutting off the lights, urging him to think about what he's done. And the zombie appears upset as the three scientists leave.
He does.
Yeah.
I saw in that making of too, the actor said that he whimpers a little bit once the lights are shut off.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, to kind of add a touch of Like, there's somebody in here.
Yeah.
But Logan takes Sarah and Fisher into an empty room, and through a window in the wall, they spy Bub in an adjacent room, standing beneath a microphone. Logan introduces him by name, explaining that that's what the club fellows used to call his father.
It's a strange choice.
Yeah.
To name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Logan laughs, imagining a surgeon called Bub, but adding that nobody seemed to mind then. But he says his father was rich and would always tell him that he'd never be rich doing pure research. He reflects somberly before a very jarring edit as he explains that Bub has been responding well lately, so he's let him live. Not enough attention is paid to this reflection on his relationship with his father.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, well, tell us more about Bub, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, can we talk?
This isn't about you.
Bub moans into the microphone as Logan ponders if Bub is alive or dead, correcting himself that he's allowed Bub to continue to exist. Logan enters the room, standing in front of a chained-up Bub, announcing that he's brought some toys for him to play with. From his lab coat pocket, Logan reveals a toothbrush and a razor, asking if Bub remembers them from before. He chuckles at the idea of from before setting the items down on the table in front of Bub next to a paperback copy of Salem's Lot by Stephen King.
Woo!
I read in that book that there was one day that they had to pause production because George Romero got a phone call from Stephen King and wanted to take it.
Oh! We're actually recording this on Stephen King's birthday.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's pretty funny.
Happy birthday, Stephen.
Yeah.
That's something else that's interesting about the timing of it, because I think at the time, this book is 10 years old.
So maybe it's a book that Bub may have had.
That, or maybe this is the last book that was released by Stephen King.
Yeah.
Shit.
How long has this been going on?
That's much
Okay,
worse.
yeah.
Because I was like, why didn't they use a new book
Yeah.
from the 80s? And it's like, oh, shit.
Yeah. Or I was thinking like something thematic like Pet Cemetery.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but that does make sense. If this has been going on for a while, there is nothing after this.
It's dark.
Yeah, goddamn. But Logan rejoins a smiling Sarah and Fisher, explaining that Bub has seen the other items before, but the book is new. Bub tosses the toothbrush without a second thought, but he stares thoughtfully at the razor blade before pressing it to his face. In his reflection in the one-way mirror, Bub stares at himself, possibly how he used to in his bathroom when he was alive. But after pressing his thumb into his mouth and accidentally cutting himself with the razor, he drips slobber onto the floor. Logan comments, I thought he'd do that. Which part?
Yeah. I was like, get it away from him. He's hurting himself.
But after dropping the razor, Bub finally picks up the book. He studies the spine for a moment before opening the pages of it and tracing the words absently with his eyes.
He just wants to read the head clonking part real quick.
It's like, there's no way that Stephen King actually put that in there. There's no way. Oh, he did.
He did.
But upon witnessing this, Logan is overjoyed, remarking that Bub remembers everything that he used to do, before returning to the room and announcing to Bub that he's very pleased with him. Left behind, Fisher wonders what Logan is trying to do. He shares that he once saw a zombie behind the wheel of a car trying to drive to Independence Avenue, but it didn't make him want to be its friend. Sarah disagrees, calling this development amazing. She says that it's not what it does, but what it doesn't do. He doesn't get excited or agitated when Logan enters the room, and he doesn't see Logan as... Fisher offers, lunch? And Sarah adds, dinner? And they both laugh over the word breakfast. But upon hearing their laughter, a voice asks antagonistically, having fun? It's like, oh, fuck. The principal's here. Yeah, no shit, dude. I haven't laughed in 6 months. I do want to point out in an interview, George Romero made a distinction about what is happening with Bub.
Mm-hmm.
He said in his mind, zombies are not intelligent, but they remember. And so it's interesting because even in the story that Fisher told, the zombie did remember.
Yeah.
He's like, I drive
Yeah.
a car. Like, I know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And in everything that Bub does, it's like he's attaching it to that memory.
Yeah.
I feel like this idea is really echoed in Shaun of the Dead.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, it's the same thing with Dawn of the Dead, where he's like, they come here because they came
The
here.
mall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's obviously Rhodes at the door. And he's flanked by Steele, who waits in the shadows of the hallway. He enters the room where Bub is chained, immediately drawing his gun, but Logan assures him that it's unnecessary and Bub is docile. He invites everyone in as he scribbles notes on a clipboard. Rhodes and Steele are followed by Sarah and Fisher, and they watch as Logan places a telephone in front of Bub. Bub lifts it awkwardly, the telephone dangling from the cord, and Logan remarks that it's extraordinary. And as Bub holds the telephone to his ear, Logan urges Bub to say hello.
I was like, why am I fucking feeling emotional right now?
I think it's, and I did also read Howard Sherman had experience as a mime too,
Oh.
which definitely.
Yeah.
But I think it's those looks of confusion, and you can see him trying to almost find the memory.
Yeah.
Like, why is this familiar?
Mm-hmm.
And it's great.
I was like, my chest is sinking in. I'm heartbroken.
But Rhodes looks on, and Steele is unimpressed as Logan urges Bub to say hello to his Aunt Alicia. And upon repeating it again, Bub mutters the words lowly and broken, almost formulating them accurately. This causes Rhodes to drop a book on the table in front of him, which startles Bub. But when Bub notices Rhodes' uniform and rank, he drops the phone and slowly raises his hand in a salute. Steele cackles as Logan shares that Bub apparently used to be in the military. He asks Rhodes to salute Bub to see how he responds, but an offended Rhodes refuses. After commenting that Rhodes' ignorance is exceeded only by his charm, Logan asks how they're supposed to set an example for the dead if they behave barbarically themselves. Logan requests Sarah's pistol from her with the bullets removed, and she supplies it. He then stands in front of Bub, who growls when his salute isn't returned by Rhodes. But Logan pays him the proper respect with a salute of his own, which prompts Bub to lower his hand and inspires another cackle from Steele. I'm sorry, dude, there's nothing funny about this.
Not at all. Not at all.
Like, even just watching it, no matter who you are in the room, it is partially fascinating and partially really unnerving.
Yeah.
Just to see him going through these motions.
I feel like it's such a moment of, oh, we have no understanding of what's going on here.
Yeah, that too.
The fact that he was not prompted, he wasn't taught. He saw that uniform and it triggered something in his head.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what we thought was happening here.
Yeah, it kind of gives you a different look on, I've been shooting all
Killing
these
these
zombies.
things, yes. Exactly.
It's like when they were eating poplars on Futurama.
Oh my
Like, oh my
God,
God.
babies. Delicious babies.
And that was one of the directions that Romero gave to Howard Sherman, or Sherman Howard.
Yeah.
It was to treat Bub and his perception and understanding almost as if you were an infant.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Logan then places the empty gun in front of Bub, who eyes it curiously before picking it up. He racks the slide instinctively before slowly drawing the gun on Rhodes.
Good.
Yeah.
Rhodes responds by raising his revolver, but Logan reminds him that his pistol is empty and suggests that they just watch what Bub will do in this situation. Bub pulls the trigger.
See, even the zombie knows this guy's no good.
Bub knows revenge now, which is important to note.
And his face, he's snarling too.
Yeah.
Like, he means it.
He should.
Fisher whispers, "Jesus Christ," as Bub eyes the gun, realizing that there are no bullets in it, before setting it down on the table and appearing to be irritated by their trick.
It's all fucking mind power.
But Rhodes isn't impressed in the slightest, raising his gun again to point it directly at Bub, who whimpers in fear. But Logan immediately puts himself between Bub and Rhodes' revolver. Rhodes asks, "What are we supposed to do? Teach them tricks?" We cut immediately to the cafeteria, Rhodes furiously admonishing the scientists, shouting, "They're fucking dead, and you want to teach them tricks?" We just heard it. We just heard that. What the hell?
Yeah.
It was back to back.
He's like, we'll continue this conversation in the cafeteria.
You know what, though? I noticed that, and I was talking to your sister about it the other day. I wonder if they did it and then came back to film the next scene and completely forgot that they already used this line.
Dude,
Pick back up.
honestly,
Because it's like, why'd you do that?
that's the only thing that makes sense because I don't know.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird.
It was a recap. Now, where were we?
And this is progress. Whether you want to complain and say whatever, dude, he's not attacking me, even if it's just me.
Yes.
That is progress.
This is what I didn't understand because at the last meeting we had, he specifically said changing their behavior.
Yes.
That's what he said. You knew he was doing some outside the box shit in there. I don't even think that this is the most shocking thing that he could have been doing.
Yeah.
You're trying to teach him. You're trying to get him to like what else do you I just don't understand the outrage. Is it because that zombie tried to shoot
That's
you?
it, yeah. I was going to say, he took it a little personally, I think.
He did.
Because everything else is wild.
Yeah.
And we're not even treating it that way.
No.
Yeah.
This isn't a trick.
Right.
This is like...
Yes.
Yeah, you watched
He's not
it.
like, now roll
Yeah.
over, bud. This is monumental.
Yeah.
But with Sarah and Fisher seated behind him, Logan explains that the dead have to be rewarded, otherwise they won't do what they want them to do. Rhodes just wants them all to die, but Logan says that they're not inclined to do that. Disgusted, Rhodes asks if this is Logan's progress that he's talked about that was supposed to impress them, and Logan shares that it's only the beginning of it, the bare beginning of civilized behavior that enables communication and order, unlike beasts in the wild.
I'm sorry, that wasn't impressive.
Yeah.
How is it not? Again, he's just taking it. He's just pissed. That's it.
Yeah.
It's about the gun. That's it. But Logan insists that civility must be rewarded because if it isn't, then there's no use for it. He starts to rock strangely in his seat, and then the scene's just over.
Yeah.
So this is where I'm
I'm
really
scared.
starting to yeah. But back at the barricade in the cave, Sarah, Johnson, Steele, Miller, and Miguel gather more of the dead. After wrangling one of the zombies, played by Barbara Russell, Steele hands the pole over to Miguel, who hesitates before grabbing it. And before letting go, Steele ensures that he actually has control of the pole.
Why are we giving him another chance at this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And my note here was, I'm really hoping that Miguel gets his ass ate, and not in a good way.
Miguel offers a certain nod, and Steele gives the pole to him. Miller opens the door on the safe side, and Miguel cowers frightfully against the zombie he's wrangled. As she turns to face him, he pushes the pole away, which accidentally releases her from the catcher. She heads straight for Miller, who puts his back against the wall, and he attempts to raise his rifle, but it's too late as the zombie sinks her teeth into his throat, tearing his flesh and muscle in a brutal bite.
It looks excellent.
Yeah.
It's great.
And she warned them about this dude.
Yeah.
It couldn't have gone worse.
Miller pulls the trigger, firing aimlessly as blood pours from his wound, Johnson catching several of the bullets in his chest and clattering to the floor in a heap.
Is this fucking like Tucker and Dale? It's like y'all are doing this to yourselves.
You threw yourself in the wood chipper, man.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what to tell you. Sarah quickly raises her gun, shooting the zombie in the head. But a second zombie is broken free as well, and he sets his sights on Miguel. Miguel screams, "I didn't do it!" Odd time to quote The Simpsons, but go off. He raises the pole, striking the zombie with it and falling to the floor with him for some reason. I don't know how this fight is really clumsy.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. But as they both struggle to reach their feet, the zombie grabs Miguel's arm and bites it without hesitation, blood pouring from the fresh wound as Miguel screams.
This zombie that took a bite out of crime, and by crime I mean Miguel's arm, he was another FX guy. His name's Dave Kindlin, and he would do FX or animatronics work for the Blob remake,
Wow.
Gremlins 2, Leprechaun, and John Paul, Scary Movie 2.
Hey, there you go.
But Steele jumps down from the barricade, kicking the zombie in the face and blowing his brains out. Sarah rushes to check on Miguel, who runs off hilariously. His knees were very high.
He's the type to hide a zombie bite.
Yes, absolutely. But Miller continues bleeding out. He gasps for air, begging Steele to not let it happen. He cries that he doesn't want to become one of them, and he sinks to the ground, begging for Steele to kill him. Tearfully, Steele raises his pistol, shooting Miller in the head and saving him from his fear. But Sarah chases Miguel all the way to the Ritz. That's
Yeah.
We watch as John and Bill step out to see what all the commotion is. Miguel runs right into the arms of John, and with him distracted, Sarah grabs a large boulder the size of a small boulder and cracks Miguel across the skull with it, knocking him out. After lowering him to the ground, Sarah whips out a machete from John's leg holster, crouching on the ground to roll up the sleeve of Miguel's bitten arm. Without a moment to waste, she hacks into the arm, sinking the machete down into the bone. Once it's severed, she pushes the infected half away, and John grabs a cloth to use as a tourniquet. Sarah tears off her overshirt, wrapping it around an errant piece of wood and telling Bill that she needs fire to cauterize the wound. Bill douses the makeshift torch in gasoline as blood spurts from Miguel's amputated limb. Bill then lights the torch swiftly, and Sarah presses the bright blue flame to Miguel's wound, which awakens him. He screams as his wound is cauterized, only to pass out again from the pain.
You think it smells like barbecue in there?
It's probably pretty tasty.
Yeah.
And all you've been eating is
Oh.
fucking beans and...
That's going to bring more zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem for them and us, really.
Yeah.
I do want to ask, though, aren't you just cooking the arm at this point? Doesn't it have to be like a glowing piece of steel or something to like put it over there and like... I mean, I don't know.
I've never cauterized an amputated arm
Yeah,
before.
me
No,
either. I don't
this
know.
is new to me as well.
Yeah.
They're doing the best they can with what they've got.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of which, I wanted to talk about how this gag was done.
Mm.
So the actor's arm is bent down into a hole underneath the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So at first it's a rubber arm, but when they hit it with the machete, it just kind of bounced off because it's rubber.
Mm-hmm.
So they dug a recess into the arm and filled it with wax so that when they hit that part, it's like it sticks in.
Oh.
So whatever bounced off of them sticks to you?
Exactly. Exactly. So then they switch it out with a fake machete with the groove cut into it for the real arm to be brought back out. So in these quick cuts, you see his wiggling fingers, and it almost tricks you into thinking, like, is that his... Obviously, they didn't cut off his real arm, but you can't really tell when it's real and when it's fake.
The switch is just masterful.
Yeah.
And then obviously they switch back to the fake one again to actually cut it off. But the way that it's cut and the way... it looks incredible.
But suddenly, Steele's voice echoes nearby, which inspires another Jesus, Mary, and Joseph from Bill, who retrieves his rifle from the trailer. Steele is soon flanked by Rhodes and Rickles, and he orders Sarah to get out of the way. Sarah, however, insists that she amputated the infected limb, and she thinks that she did it in time. Steele asks what if she didn't, and Sarah says that if she didn't, she'll shoot Miguel herself. Steele, peppering it with a few racial slurs,
Yeah.
calls Miguel a coward and says that this is all his fault.
I was like, Romero.
Yeah. He's really got to stop at that.
It's too much.
Yeah.
But Steele orders Sarah to get out of the way again, claiming that he'll go right through her with his rifle. But this threat is too much for John and Bill to bear, and they draw their weapons on the military men, who in return draw their weapons on John and Bill. After a moment of this standoff, John laments that they're making a habit out of pulling guns on each other. But Steele just seethes that they lost 2 men just now because of Miguel. John suggests that this just evens the odds between them then. Steele, over it, appeals to Rhodes that they need to kill Miguel. He's been bitten. Sarah insists that she caught it in time, but Rhodes calls bullshit, saying that he's seen this 1,000 times. Sarah promises again that if Miguel dies, she'll destroy him herself, but Rose counters, unless he gets you first. And he supposes that she still might want to sleep with him, but he says that he doesn't want Miguel inside the complex at all.
Really? Right now?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like, can we talk about this later, dude?
look, none of us are happy about the fact that I was sleeping with her.
Yeah.
None of us are, okay?
Most of all, me. But John offers to keep Miguel out here with them, which Rhodes accepts. Steele is still adamant that they kill Miguel, but Rhodes comments that that would just be doing them a favor. He asks Sarah if she thinks that Miguel wants to be one of those things. He tells her to think about it, and while she's thinking about that, she needs to think about something else. From now on, none of them will be getting shit from his men. And he says tomorrow morning they're going back inside the corral, and they're not coming out until all of the dead have been wasted. Rhodes turns to leave, shouting for a reluctant Steele to join him. But before leaving with Rickles and Rhodes, Steele points to John, announcing, "You're on my shit list, Flyboy." Flyboy.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm just like thinking all of this drama is happening down here, and fucking Logan's just up in his office like slow dancing with Bubba.
This is a waltz.
He's just on his own fucking planet.
And I mean, how are you going to be mad at him? He's the only one that can fucking fly us out of here.
Yeah.
That's true. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick your battles.
But John collects a shaken Sarah, who thanks him for his help. She drops the torch, crumbling into John's arms, and sobs as he comforts her. But as somber music plays in the score, Miguel is taken inside of the Ritz, where he's cared for by Bill and Sarah, wrapped in blankets with a towel on his head as he rests on the couch. John offers Sarah a light blue button-up shirt from the drawer, unfolding it for her and telling her to try it on. I will say I don't understand what he's saying to Sarah, but he hands her a light blue button-up shirt. The subtitles, for some reason, say, "It's a man's sweater. Try it on." Absolutely not what he's saying. It's not even a sweater he's handing her.
No.
I was like, what?
It's like, just don't put anything.
Yeah.
If you don't know.
Yeah.
But Sarah thanks him, putting it on, as Bill washes his hands of Miguel's blood in the background. Sarah realizes that she'll have to head back to the lab to get some medical supplies for Miguel, and Bill offers to come with, certain that the military men haven't calmed themselves down yet. Sarah looks over to John, sincerely apologizing to him for the things that she said earlier, and John apologizes too. On his way out, Bill remarks, "What do you know? We are heroes after all. What a relief." After taking one last look at a shivering and sweating Miguel, Sarah walks over to Bill, who stands at the door, but is stopped by John. He tells her that they might not make it, which Sarah knows, but she says even if they don't, at least they gave it a chance. John assures them that he'll look after Miguel, but tells them to be careful, adding if they're not back in half an hour, he'll come looking for them. Sarah, for some reason, is sure that they'll be left alone, but John repeats, half an hour. In what world? What did you just experience?
Yeah.
It is so funny to me. Well, they pulled guns on Sarah before, and she was like, that was like, he's being an asshole in there.
I think she misunderstood what Rose is saying. She's like, no, they're done with us, dude. He said it. He told us.
We're fine.
Yeah, we can just waltz in and out of there.
I don't think she's ever understood the gravity of what's going on with them. Also, it's really nice for her to risk it all to go get Miguel morphine because I'd be like, he explicitly told me not to dope him up anymore.
Oh,
I guess I better not. I don't give a fuck.
No, dude.
You're lucky I saved you. Like you.
It's that.
I kind of want like some kind of moment of her sitting there in a flashback and thinking about her good times with Miguel.
That's all I want is even just like a glimpse or a dream or something.
Yeah, or just have him say something in a dream or while he's like saying it while he's knocked out. You know what I mean? Or like he's mumbling anything. And she's like, yeah, I remember whatever when we went somewhere and blah, blah, blah. But again, you've been an asshole to her the whole movie.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It would just be easier to feel sympathy for him if we kind of saw this descent into where he is now. But he's been a mess since we met him, and he's hitting her and he's fucking cussing her out. And I'm just like, I don't fucking care. I don't care if you die.
No, dude. And to see the three characters we care about the most risking their lives for him.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Why are we doing this?
But the camera pans through the dim light of Logan's laboratory. A green glow cast over research specimens, bodies naked, decayed, and twisted. We find Sarah and Bill there with mining helmets on, and upon surveying the bodies, Bill offers another call to his deities.
I think this is the scene where you were like, I don't know what's happening in here, but that music is crazy.
Yeah.
No joke.
And to see a little teamwork finally here, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But to Bill's disgust, Sarah can only comment that the resident surgeon has been burning the midnight oil. Through the clutter and bloody rags, Bill wonders what Logan's been doing down here, slaughtering cattle? And as Sarah pokes around in drawers, finding the medications she needs, she supposes in Logan's mind, Bill's assessment isn't far from the truth. But in the middle of the mess of bottles and beakers on a desk, Bill finds Logan's tape recorder. He rewinds it to the beginning before pressing play. On the tape, Logan, alone in his lab, mutters that his grandfather is talking to him before promising his mother that he's put it away, frantically assuring her again that he's put it away. A zombie's groan interrupts Logan's ramblings, so he hurls abuse at it, shouting for it to be civilized. Sarah and Bill exchange unnerved glances with each other, but in the dark, Bill accidentally rests his hand in something wet, and when he switches on a nearby lamp, he finds that his hand is covered in crimson. When Logan gets control of the zombie on the tape, tearing something off of it that Logan didn't want it to wear, he changes his tone, calmly promising, 5 minutes, mother. Just 5 minutes.
Yeah, we got to stop him.
Yeah.
We got to stop Logan.
I was so shocked at this turn.
Yeah.
I knew something was off when he was shaking in that chair in the cafeteria. But I didn't fucking expect that he's talking to his dead relatives.
Yeah.
And doing like some Norman Bates style shit.
And recording it.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
You left that? Well, he left the fucking Cooper's jacket too.
He did.
He's like, no one will know I'm talking to my family.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's getting real sloppy.
But right in front of Bill is a white cloth stained red. And when he lifts it, he finds the decapitated head of Private Johnson underneath, electrodes wired into his brain, his jaw twitching and his eyebrows raising as he rests in a pool of his own blood. Sarah is stunned, and Bill's mouth trembles as a look of sorrow fills Johnson's lifeless eyes, and the music grows tensely. Sarah grabs the tape recorder, throwing it against the floor to silence Logan's madness before drawing her gun and aiming it at what's left of Private Johnson. But before she can fire, Bill stops her, reminding her that she'll only succeed in alerting Rhodes and his men, begging her to leave it be and just get out of here. But he suddenly gets an idea. Maybe they should take the helicopter before anyone else decides to.
Yes.
I'm surprised it took you that long.
Yeah.
Literally. And leave Miguel.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Not enough room somehow.
And Logan, I think the head is where it's like, maybe we can deal with the voices and whatever, but this, I don't know what you're doing.
No,
Yeah.
dude.
What are you
Yeah.
doing?
I don't know what you're doing.
And it kind of is fucking pissing me off because haven't you gotten like enough out of Bub?
Yeah.
You're just playing.
Yeah, it's just really weird, man. But Sarah and Bill creep down the hall together, but stop to peek around the corner when they see Logan, still in his blood-covered lab coat, carrying a metal bucket to Bub's room. Once inside, Logan enters the second room, switching the light on to greet Bub, while unbeknownst to Logan, Sarah and Bill have snuck in behind him and stand to watch him behind the one-way glass. Logan announces to Bub that Mother is very proud of him, but Bub just groans, and we notice that he's wearing a pair of headphones.
Bub's like, what the fuck?
It's like, you've never said that before, dude.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that, like, while he was showing them Bub the first time, he's like, I can't say that shit.
Yeah, no. He knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
Like, what is this?
He compartmentalized
yeah,
did.
he knew.
Not while they're here. But Logan reaches his hand to Bub's ear, his latex glove covered in blood, and as soon as he makes contact, Bub grabs his wrist to stop him. After a moment of eye contact, and Logan appearing a bit confused at first, he realizes that Bub just wants to continue wearing them, so he gently places the headphone back onto Bub's ear. But Bub watches as Logan's finger slowly reaches the green play button of a nearby tape recorder, and suddenly, into Bub's ears blasts Ode to Joy of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. The orchestra and choir seeming to delight Bub, but Logan urges him to watch his finger as he brings it down onto the tape recorder again, this time pressing the red button to stop it. This upsets Bub, but Logan points to Bub's finger, teaching him that he has the power to turn it on again. And Bub does, slowly pressing his finger down on the green button. When the music returns, Logan rushes to his notepad, frantically jotting something down. I did read that this was all Sherman Howard's idea.
Really?
This sequence and the interaction between them is completely improvised.
Okay.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I guess whenever they were filming it, he thought of what could Bub's reaction to music be.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked him, what do you think would be best to hear? And he said, Beethoven.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit goes hard.
It does.
Yeah.
Bill watches in disbelief, and Sarah simply comments that Bub is Logan's star pupil. But Logan takes the tape recorder away, assuring Bub that he can listen to it again tomorrow. But now it's time for Bub's reward.
I was like, oh God, Jesus, what's the reward?
But Logan grabs the bucket he brought in with him and sets it in front of Bub, promising him that it's something very good. After one look inside, Bub tears the headphones from his head and reaches his hand in excitedly, pulling out ragged straps of what appear to be torn flesh hanging loosely from bloody bone. He sinks his teeth into it, tearing his reward free, as Sarah and Bill watch in horror and disbelief, unwilling to believe what Logan is feeding him. Sarah can bear this sight no longer and turns to walk away, but stumbles right into the arms of Rhodes, who has suddenly entered the room, flanked by Steele, Rickles, and Torres. He pushes her over to Torres and stares at Bub through the one-way mirror. Literally 100% of the time you've come into this room, Rhodes has surprised you.
Yeah.
Close the door.
She's like, it's okay, we're friends now.
Yeah.
I thought you said you didn't want to deal with us anymore.
Right? Why are you over here?
Yeah, why'd you grab me? But Logan bids goodnight to Bub, and with a pulse of synth in the score, Rhodes seizes Logan by the coat, asking, "What are you giving him in there, Frankenstein?" He throws Logan into the first room, where Steele grabs hold of him as Rhodes continues his interrogation. They're led to a freezer, and when Rickles tears the door open, there on the ground, blanketed by the chilly air, rest the remnants of dead soldiers, their fresh, vibrant wounds a stark contrast against their drab uniforms. Rhodes and Rickles exchange a look of disgust and fury, and Steele pushes Logan forward, cursing him as scum. Logan stands clutching the doorway to the freezer, begging for Rhodes to just listen to him, but Rhodes raises his assault rifle, countering for Logan to listen to this. He opens fire on Logan, who absorbs round after round in his torso and is definitely not clearly replaced by a stuntman when the camera changes angles and he's shot off his feet, landing on his spine in the freezer. I don't know what else you were supposed to do with Logan.
Yeah.
Like, I hate these military men, like, a lot.
Yeah.
They're fucking assholes.
Logan was dangerous.
Yeah. Any of you are next.
Yeah, and that was a waste of ammo, dude.
It was
You-
true.
yeah,
True.
you could have just hit him the once, and then
Honestly,
or put him in the brig that I was talking about earlier.
he was screaming earlier about being low on ammunition.
yeah,
So what the fuck?
yeah. I get the anger, but you still got to fight after this.
Yeah.
But Sarah tries to make an exit, and Bill stops her for some reason. Don't get that. But Fisher rushes into the room after hearing the sounds of gunfire. Steele seizes him, ordering Torres to take Fisher's gun, but Rhodes escalates the order, imploring them to confiscate all of their guns as he tears Sarah's holster and weapon from her waist before grabbing her by the face. Fury in his eyes, he screams, "Those are my men in there!"
Okay. All right.
But back at the Ritz, with at least 30 minutes having passed between their last meeting, John stands ready at the entrance to the trailer, a submachine gun at his hip. He glances over at Miguel before racking the firearm and heading out. All alone now, Miguel awakens, removing the towel from his forehead and clutching his necklace again. But John creeps cautiously into the cave, until at a distance, he hears the echoes of the military men. He takes cover behind equipment and watches as they appear around a corner, marching Sarah, Fisher, and Bill through the bunker. With his gun drawn, John orders the men to hold it right there, and they freeze, Rhodes up front with his pistol aimed at Fisher's head. Rhodes announces, "Frankenstein is dead," and he promises that Fisher will get it next unless John tosses his weapon. Bill assures John that Rhodes means it, revealing that he just killed Logan in cold blood. But Rhodes counters that he killed Logan because he was a butcher.
He was doing some crazy shit.
Yeah.
He was. He was.
But then Rhodes takes it to unnecessary places, promising John that he'll kill everyone else one at a time unless John gets his black ass out here. Every time, it's like, you can't go 10 minutes. It's
No.
I heard a myth when I was a kid that rats have to keep chewing their teeth so they don't fucking grow out of their head or whatever.
I was just telling John Paul that like 2 days ago.
I don't know how true that is, but it's like, they're like, we got to say something racist at least every other scene, or else I think we explode like Ready or Not.
Let them explode.
Yes,
Please
fucking explode.
Yeah, I think it was about here I did question who did the writing here, because I get what you're trying to do. I understand we already don't like them.
We
You
hate them
don't-
already.
Yeah, you don't got to keep doing that.
Yeah, my next note is, man, y'all are fucking racist, man.
But John does what he thinks is best, stepping out of the darkness and setting his submachine gun down and removing his pistol from his holster. Torres collects John's machete on Rhodes' order, and Rhodes adds that they're getting out of here right now and promises that if John gives him any shit, he'll blow Fisher's head off. As Rhodes points his revolver at Fisher's skull, John says that the helicopter won't hold all of them. And Rhodes isn't worried about that. He just needs his men and John aboard it. John tells Rhodes that he'll never get him to do that, and without hesitation, Rhodes pulls the trigger, and Fisher's body crumbles to the floor with his brains blown out. John can't believe his eyes, and Sarah screams wildly as Steele grabs and lifts her.
I couldn't believe it either, honestly.
Yeah.
And I did read in that book that apparently Tom Savini was a little pissed off about the way that this went.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they had rigged up quite an elaborate makeup on this death.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the way that it was lit, you really don't see any of it.
Yeah.
And so it kind of bugged. I guess it was the same thing as Dr. Tongue.
Yeah.
But Rhodes orders Rickles to open the gates of the barricade, forcing Sarah and Bill inside. We watch down the long tunnel as the zombies begin to stir from the sound of Rhodes' gunfire. John begs Rhodes not to do this, but Rhodes just asks, "You gonna give us a ride, flyboy?" John promises to do whatever Rhodes says, as long as he lets Sarah and Bill go. As Rhodes clutches the rope to open the other side of the corral, John swears his service, pleading with Rhodes not to do it. But Rhodes just coldly reminds John that it's like he said, they can't all fit in the helicopter. He pulls the rope, raising the wooden door in front of Sarah and Bill, and John seethes that he won't do it and that Rhodes will have to kill him before he'll fly. But Rhodes just secures the rope, and John asks once more for Rhodes to let them out, offering a deal. But Rhodes readies his assault rifle, reminding John that he makes the deals around here. He orders John to get his shit together to fly, whatever he needs. But inside the corral, Bill drinks nervously from his flask, as Sarah remembers an old silo just past the tunnel of zombies. And as the zombies creep slowly towards them, Bill remarks that they won't make it through without guns, but Sarah retorts that they can't stay here either. As Bill consults with Jesus, Mary, and Joseph once again, John suddenly takes it upon himself to go for Torres's gun, but it's to no avail, and realizing that they can't shoot John because they need him, Rhodes just orders Steele to rough John up a little bit, hoping to knock some sense into him. There were more slurs.
Of course.
Yeah.
But Steele is more than happy to oblige. Before he can, though, the men are distracted when Bill seizes a wooden board to use as a weapon, and he and Sarah rush between the zombies, whacking them if they get too close. Rhodes calls out, "That's right, run, you fucking lunatics!" Don't get that.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that shit back there.
That was Logan's tape.
Well, I'm not on this side of the fence by choice.
No!
Yeah.
But in the distraction, John makes short work of Torres, socking him across the face, but his offense is thwarted when Steele joins the party, seizing him and knocking him senseless with a few punches to the jaw. With Sarah and Bill gone, Rhodes orders John to take them up. When John still refuses, Steele goes to deliver another punch, but they're interrupted by the sound of something mechanical, and the men recognize it. It's the elevator. Rhodes orders them to check it out. We cut to the elevator, where a pained Miguel takes labored steps, his torso wrapped in bandages as it rises to the surface. But down in the laboratory, Bub stands in the darkness, chewing at the screw securing his chains. It comes loose, the chains clattering to the floor, freeing him. But Sarah and Bill continue through the blue dark of the caves, groaning zombies on their trail as they search for a way out. Sarah notices a shovel on the ground and scoops it up, but before they can formulate a concrete plan, a zombified hand shoots through the earth beneath them, reaching upward. This is a great shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah screams, backing away, but is seized by a zombie. She tumbles to the ground with it, dropping the shovel. Bill is grabbed as well, but he tears himself free, clobbering the zombie who clutched him, before rushing to rescue Sarah, who struggles atop her attacker. Bill secures the shovel, driving it into the open jaw of the zombie, forcing it deeper and deeper until it cuts right through the back of its neck, flinging the top of its head off, which goes rolling through the tunnel.
That looked really cool.
Yes.
When another zombie rushes for Sarah, she bashes it with the wooden board, but she gets her shit rocked when Bill gets a little too close. He urges her to run to safety with him through an adjacent tunnel. A red light illuminates a white arrow on the wall as they make their exit in that direction, and the shot lingers on the upside-down head of the zombie Bill destroyed, its eyes blinking and its top row of teeth pointed toward the ceiling.
It's so good.
Yeah.
That whole thing with the shovel was done very similarly to the way that they did Miguel's arm.
Okay.
It was the real actor's head and then the shovel with the groove cut into it and just like blood tubes. Then a fake head and a real shovel when they cut it off. And then the end, when it's looking around, it's a mechanized head.
That's insane.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
Yes.
But with John seemingly beat into submission, Rhodes turns his attention to Torres, ordering to get up. But just as Rhodes rolls Torres over, John suddenly charges him, grabbing his rifle and knocking him out with it.
He is the real hero of this film.
Yeah.
With Rhodes incapacitated, John grabs the revolvers from his holsters at his waist, pointing them at Rhodes's jaw and cocking them. But he looks over at Fisher's body, and overcome with emotion and remorse, John thinks better of murdering Rhodes. But we watch as Steele and Rickles arrive at the elevator, which not only has already risen to the top, but the mechanics of which have been completely sabotaged, only able to be operated on the platform itself. Steele laments that they're trapped down here, and Rickles frantically pleads with him to fix it somehow. But Steele, with another racial slur, realizes that it was Miguel who did this.
He can't formulate a sentence without one at this point.
But Rhodes finally wakes, sitting up to see Torres coming back to himself as well, and both men discover that their weapons are missing.
John, I'm sorry, should have fucking killed them.
Yeah. I understand what it says about John as a character.
Yeah.
But it's kind of surprising.
Shoot him in the kneecap.
Or that.
it'd be all right.
Yeah.
But John, the justified thief, strapped to the gills, makes his way through the cave, narrowly avoiding a bat who flies past him, and traveling through the darkness, unknowingly following the same path that Sarah and Bill took. Just for the record, this cave was infested with bats.
Really?
Yeah, there were plenty, and I don't even like to use the word infested because we love bats in this house. This cave featured bats. But he calls out for his friends, his voice echoing through the tunnels, and when Sarah hears him, she calls out in return. After blowing a faraway zombie's brains out, John ventures deeper into the cave to find them. Meanwhile, Bill tries to take a drink from his flask, but is interrupted by an encroaching zombie. Bathed in red light, Bill drops the flask, knocking the zombie across the skull with his shovel, but when he retrieves his flask from the ground, he's disappointed to find that it's empty.
But if I may, technically making Day of the Dead 1985
Oh no.
a giallo film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The light, right?
Yes.
My misery never ceases.
I know.
But Sarah urges him to keep moving, and so they do. John continues on too, blasting any zombie that gets in his way. But as red light carves wounds into the blueness of the cave, John checks his revolvers. But he's suddenly approached by a bloated and groaning ghoul, and John blows a hole into his skull, blood pouring from it as the zombie collapses on the ground. I will say there is a massive gulf of zombie violence in the probably 70 minutes or so that are the middle of this film. And so it's just like suddenly everything's happening.
Yeah.
It feels like I don't know if that does anything like regarding pacing or anything.
I feel like it would be more, you wouldn't feel it as much if there was more happening with the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like as far as like I don't know their motivations or their relationships or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
because like even watching early Walking Dead, you're not like, where are the zombies? Because you're invested in the people that you're watching.
Yeah.
Or reading in the comic books, you know what I mean? But here it's just like, okay, racial slur. Okay, Rhodes is pointing his gun again. Okay, Logan's losing his mind again. It's like, okay.
It does almost make you just want the zombies to get inside.
Well, yeah, because I got a list of people. Yeah.
But outside, after a shot of the makeshift graveyard, we find Miguel standing pensive at the fence. After a moment of contemplation, he tears the chain holding it closed, allowing the horde of zombies entry into the compound. They pour in, various and varied in demeanor and decomposition, and Miguel rushes for the elevator, crossing himself and placing his necklace into his mouth as he lies down, clutching the control to his chest as the horde crowds over him.
Without a thought of where Sarah and them could be.
Yeah, dude, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus, man, he sucks all the time.
Yeah. I'm confused at his character. I don't why?
I feel like this almost reads like it's supposed to be a redemption arc.
I think so, yeah.
But it doesn't feel that way to me.
Not for us, I guess.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's just like, fuck it, I'll take everybody down with me.
I'm dying. Yeah, burn it all down.
Honestly. Yeah.
Because he doesn't know all that stuff with Logan.
No.
He woke up in the nicest part of the facility.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know.
But just below, Steele and Rickles struggle with the wiring, attempting to fix the elevator. When Rhodes and Torres join them, Steele explains that Miguel sabotaged their only way out. Rhodes curses him, but up above, the zombies tear Miguel's flesh from his throat and his chest as he writhes in pain, groaning in agony as he finally presses the button.
I did want to say real quick, I did think it was funny when he's getting eaten.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing the zombies and there's like a little pocket, it looks like of like army zombie men, and there's a clown just stuck in the middle of them.
Yeah,
I was like, what's happening?
I was going to comment on this clown. You see him a little bit more whenever they enter the hallway, but I read that this was the first clown zombie that Romero used, and then every Dead film that he made after this, he put one in it.
Really?
That's hilarious. I read the costume designer, Barbara Anderson. She said that there was $10,000 for costumes.
Total.
Period.
Damn.
So she said that the lead actors got like nice stuff, and for a lot of the zombies, they just went to the thrift store.
Wow.
And there's there's a ballerina, there's the clown, there's wedding zombies, right?
Yeah.
It's all over the place. And I think it's really cool because it's like, what were these people doing when all this happened?
Yeah.
And their lives kind of clinging to them in the form of the clothes they were wearing. That's, to me, pretty fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Barbara Anderson, the costume designer, was married to Cletus Anderson, the production designer.
I was wondering.
Yeah. And I think I want to say they taught at Carnegie Mellon University together, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
wow.
Because I did read an article that she gave an interview about Day of the Dead, and they referred to her as Professor.
Oh, wow. She was also the costume designer for Creepshow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I think her husband did the production design for Creepshow.
Okay.
I love that.
Yeah.
But the elevator sounds, descending into the room below, and Rhodes is the first to discover the platform is filled with zombies. And like any good leader, he runs away without alerting his men.
Yep. I'm like, if they're surprised, then they just haven't been paying attention.
Yeah. By the time the elevator reaches the bottom, we see the horde of zombies occupying it. And when Steele, Rickles, and Torres try to escape, they discover that Rhodes has taken the only cart to safety.
Oh my God. He's like, I like to put my feet up.
Yeah.
In that making of, they said that they put out a zombie call just for anyone who wanted to come and be a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
They said thousands of people showed up.
Wow.
They commissioned masks, like pullover zombie masks for the deep background ones.
Yeah.
But on that making of, they were kind of talking shit about them and saying that they looked terrible. But in the book, it was like they were talking about who made it, how many, like the color palettes that were used. But in that making of, they were like, they look terrible, you know, blah, blah, blah. But Tom Savini said that he and the makeup crew were there at 2:30 a.m. to do makeups on the zombies. Some of them would take like 4 hours. They even said too, which I was like, oh my God, that now they would have someone to gently take the prosthetics and the makeup off when at the end of the day. But for this film, they were like, oh, just rip it off.
What?
Yeah, and Tom Savini was laughing, saying they're basically taking a layer of skin off. Like, that shit is glued down.
Yeah.
But they were like, that they didn't have time, so they were like, yeah, just rip it off.
They didn't have time.
Yeah, no.
I was like, that's insane.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say, on this elevator that is descending, there are 375 zombies standing on that elevator.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's packed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steele curses Rhodes, but Rhodes rides off recklessly, finally reaching the compound proper as zombies continue pouring in from the elevator and through the wooden barricade. Once inside, Rhodes has the audacity to lock the door behind him. It's like, fuck. That's for people. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But also inside the structure is Bub, who makes his way to the freezer. There, he finds Logan's corpse resting atop the remains of the dead soldiers. He tries to show Logan that he's broken free, raising his chain to his former teacher. But when Logan just stares lifelessly at the ceiling, Bub realizes that he's dead.
This made me so sad.
Yeah.
Because he was like, look.
Yeah. I'm just like you.
Yeah.
Distraught, he rattles his chain, whipping it against the floor, wailing in misery as the music grows somber around him in the score. His eyes full of fury, he discovers Sarah's discarded weapons on the ground. But the zombies have overrun the compound, lurching forward through the caves and tunnels in staggering numbers. Torres runs afoul of them, swarmed atop a crate where he's held down.
It was hilarious to me because he like ran past a bunch of them and jumped over there. And it's like, dude, they all saw you. They all saw you do that.
One zombie digs his fingers into Torres's eyes as the rest of the horde tears at his torso and rips at his throat until his head is dislodged, hanging from long red ligaments as his jaw writhes in a scream, and they feast on him ferociously.
I love this so much. It did again remind me of something that happens in Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Tom Savini again was disappointed with this because he said there were so many zombie hands in the shot that you couldn't see everything that they did.
Yeah.
I think it looks phenomenal. Obviously, they're pulling off a head. It's not a real head. The zombies are making it look, you know what I mean? Like, I think it looks great. He pointed out too that as his head is being pulled off and the vocal cords are stretching, his screams get higher pitched.
It's amazing. The second that it's dislodged, the scream just stops.
That's so fucking cool.
But Rickles, despite his best efforts, finds himself surrounded on all sides and can do nothing but laugh as he's pulled to the ground, the horde of zombies tearing the flesh of his eyelid upward, reaching past his bulging eyeball and into his skull as they rip him open, feasting on his fingers and indulging themselves with his entrails.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly, I don't get squeamish about gore in films for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But things having to do with eyeballs always get to me. And I honestly, almost 40 years later, this is one of the best effects I've ever seen in my life.
It's incredible.
It looks really good.
Do you want to hear something interesting too? Obviously, this is a prosthetic on the actor's head. The eye starts out bulging. They don't peel anything off. Yeah.
Really?
The eye's bulging out of the head and they're obviously pulling his head off. But he said that the way that they shot it, it makes it look like they've done that before our eyes.
Yeah.
And they don't.
Okay.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Steele, however, is a bit luckier, forcing his way through the horde to find the door to the compound. He sprays the zombies with his assault rifle, rushing for the door only to find it locked. He curses Rhodes yet again, pounding on the door before deciding to blast it with his firearm, shooting off the knob to get it open. As a blistering guitar solo sounds in the score, I was like, oh, cool. Steele runs wildly through the halls, stalked by several dozen of the dead, including that clown.
Yeah.
But Steele rushes down the hall just in time to find Bub exiting a room at the end of it. Realizing Bub has a gun, Steele struggles to reload his rifle before dipping into an adjacent room. He lies in wait, watching as Bub's shadow creeps across the wall as he approaches the door. He antagonizes Bub, but is too focused on him to realize that zombies have breached the room from the other entrance, immediately reaching for him and tearing his hat off. Before he can retaliate or get his hat back, a zombie lurches forward, tearing a hunk of flesh from his throat with its teeth.
These guys all suck.
Yeah.
You guys are stormtroopers. You can't shoot.
No.
You're unorganized. Like, what the fuck?
And what's funny to me is he just ran away from fucking like 10,000 zombies.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've only got one to worry about. Like, where are you getting this? It's just you and me,
Yeah.
Bub. And he called him Bub, but he never knew that was his name, I don't think.
Named after Logan's father. You don't know that.
No.
But Steele cowers toward the wall, blowing a few zombies away before putting his back to it. He crosses himself with his pistol before putting the barrel of the gun into his mouth and pulling the trigger.
For as antagonistic, mean, racist, disgusting as this character was, I really wanted more of a gruesome death. It reminds me of like one of the greatest villains of all time, just like getting crushed by some rocks in that one TV show that we don't talk about the ending of. It's like you deserved so much more of a comeuppance than that.
Yeah.
I wanted to see you ripped apart. I wanted to see your bulging eyeball.
I feel like Torres, we don't even really know anything about him except he liked to grow weed.
Yeah. And
But he got his fucking head ripped off.
Yeah.
I almost said that's not a crime, but no, here
No,
it is.
so yeah.
But you know what I mean? He didn't do anything horrible.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like that death would have been better for him because he's huge.
Yeah.
Get this horde of zombies to take this guy down.
Yeah.
I would have loved it. But I was just like, oh, I mean, yeah, we're glad he's dead, but like.
Yeah. It was taken from us.
Yeah.
I read that was the actor's idea because I think that in the script it was something just like him getting eaten. And I guess he wanted something more for the character. And he said, what if I cross myself and it shows that I have more depth than what has been shown?
Would have worked better with Miguel, because
Yeah.
Miguel has been clutching his crucifix and all that the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want more depth from you as you're dying.
No.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't
shit.
have a problem with the death. I don't like it for him. Like, I hated him.
Yeah.
The whole movie.
He's like, God bless me, I'm a big...
and my giant dick. Me and my big dick have had enough of this.
Send us both to heaven, please.
We're going to need 2 sets of wings.
Bigger wings for... But deep in the caves, just as they're surrounded, Sarah and Bill are saved by John, who hands them each a piece of his assumed artillery. They fire madly at the zombies ahead of them, clearing a path for their exit, Sarah urging them to follow the red lights. They do as told, cautiously making their way to another elevator, which they discover isn't working. They pull down a ladder, and John sends Sarah and Bill up first. As he watches them go, John is almost chomped by a zombie, but makes short work of her before climbing up himself. But just as John begins to climb, another zombie seizes the leg of his pants. He tries to fire his revolver, but discovers that he's out of bullets. But as he struggles against his attacker, Bill fires a round right into the zombie's skull. He urges John to come along, as they're counting on him to fly them to the promised land. John drops his empty revolver and joins Sarah and Bill as they venture upward. But down below, Rhodes raids the armory. As he rounds the corner, fully armed but unloaded, he runs right into Bub. Noticing Bub's pistol and knowing what he can do with it, Rhodes rushes to load his assault rifle, but he can't manage it. Bub opens fire immediately, causing Rhodes to turn tail and run, but he catches a bullet in his shoulder as he rounds the corner. He stumbles bloody against the wall, realizing that he dropped his magazines, but he continues his retreat in the other direction as Bub reaches him. When Rhodes tries to run away, cursing Bub as he flees, Bub just opens fire again, shooting him in the back. Rhodes clatters to the ground as Bub slowly approaches him, his long shadow cast across the trail of Rhodes's blood. But Rhodes reaches his feet, rushing towards the laboratory door at the end of the hall, urging Bub to follow him. But as soon as Rhodes opens the door, he finds a horde of zombies waiting for him. Their hands reach for him, surrounding him in a very neat shot. But when he turns to run in the other direction, he finds Bub aiming his pistol at him. Bub fires, nailing Rhodes right in the stomach, and Rhodes falls back into the eager arms of the waiting dead. Bub watches as they seize him, and as the music swells around the scene, Bub raises his hand to his brow in a final salute to the fallen captain.
Listen, Bub ate with that one.
Yeah. Bub doesn't wait around to watch, though, venturing onward, but the zombies take Rhodes to the ground, tearing him in half and feasting on his vital organs. As he gasps on his final breaths, Rhodes cries out to the dead devouring his body parts, "Choke on him!"
So, do y'all remember that bucket of pig guts that I was talking about earlier?
Oh, God.
So, by this point, they've used it twice and stored it in the freezer and gone about their business. So, like T was talking about earlier, the production had to go from Pittsburgh to Florida for a few weeks. While they were in Florida, someone unplugged the freezer.
Jeez.
So, once they returned, they said they're trying to do this. It's like 2 a.m. and these are their words. There's no time to get new guts. They said that the smell was unimaginable. The crew had masks and clay up their noses to try to block it out. Joe Pilato had nothing.
Oh.
Wow.
His body was in a hole and packed with the rotten pig guts on top. They told him, don't eat or drink anything before you get in there. And he said he was in there for 4 hours.
Oh, fuck that.
They had 3 cameras rolling for this big moment. And Romero told them that they only had 1 take to get it. But they did it. And in that making of, Joe Pilato said that he can still smell it when he thinks about it.
Oh,
That is the worst thing I've ever heard.
Tom Savini said that at the end of the take, he looks like he's going to throw up. And they show a little footage after they cut or whatever. All the zombies are like waving their hand over their face, like, because it fucking stinks.
Yeah.
But I'm like, they were gone for weeks. How long were those pig guts just fucking rotting in there?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we got it. Like, they don't look real unless they're real. Like, I'd be like, look, I got to draw the line. I couldn't do it. I would be throwing up the whole time.
No.
I get it, but can't we just go get like some chicken from the store or some ground beef or something and then like, I mean, anything. That shit's been there for how long?
How quickly did you get those guts the first time? You're telling me nobody else has guts around or
It
whatever?
was 2 a.m.
Yeah,
Dude, wake up. Give me some guts. Give me some guts. That's crazy.
Yeah, I felt so bad for him. But what a fucking trooper. Because watching the movie, I'm not like, oh, why does he look so sick? Why is he green? Like, he does it.
And he is being torn in half, so it's like, use it.
Yeah.
And I guess he did. That's crazy.
I know. I could not believe it.
But we're then treated to several shots of the dead throughout the facility, roaming aimlessly, consuming Rhodes and his comrades, really just having a hell of a time. But the camera peers at them through a fence, panning across them as their chewing becomes cacophonous and their ghoulish groans echo. We match cut to the fence outside, where we find Sarah, Bill, and John staring across the field at the helicopter. As a horde slowly approaches it, John prays that Johnson and Torres gassed it up since their previous flight. The trio tears the fence open, running as fast as they can for the aircraft, and John urges them to get inside as he unties it. But just as Sarah opens the door, she's grabbed by a zombie waiting inside. She screams. But then, she wakes up. The sound of seagulls gives way to tropical music as she sits up, peering out across the white sands of a beach to find John standing at the shoreline fishing and Bill seated on a blanket, tossing bits of food to the surrounding birds. She smiles, resting under the helicopter before reaching into her bag to retrieve a piece of cardboard. We see that on it, she's drawn a rough checkerboard of a calendar, and at the top it reads, November. With 3 days marked off, Sarah draws the number 4 inside of the next square, only to mark another X within it. The peaceful music continues as we fade to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Day of the Dead?
This was a pretty fun movie. I think talking about it only, I don't want to say confused me more, but did make me realize that we're really just watching them do stuff. Like I mean, what are we really doing here if we're trying to find a cure or a reversal or a something? I mean, I just feel it's very weird to throw us in the middle of that, or for us to find that out a little later once we meet Logan. Then it's like, oh, so y'all were trying to do something, and then again like that. You made this team how quick and how many days?
Yeah.
Days. Okay, how long have y'all known each other? How long have y'all been down here? Again, just like with Steele trying to do the, oh, I have depth. No, you don't. You're just, you suck. Like, that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It did for me hurt it that I don't care about any of these characters. John's cool. Bill's cool. Sarah's cool. But again, it all seems to at the same thing. Like, she's right. They're not doing anything. Yes, you were going to stand up for her in the chow hall or in the cafeteria or whatever. Mm-hmm. But you did say, hey, look, I'm paid to fly the plane or the chopper. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm doing. So, I mean, yeah, I do like them, but at the same time, it's like, why are you here? What the fuck are y'all doing here?
Yeah.
It really, I think, babe, you said it. It's really a showcase on the makeup and the effects and what can be done, or at the time. And it all looks really good. But I'm going to be honest, on this journey with our group and what we're seeing, I mean, it's kind of just okay. Like, I mean, I get they were not great people, the soldiers, but a lot of just constant racist shit as they, come on, dude, as they calm down.
Find something else.
Yeah, it's like, did you just learn that? It's like, come on, dude. What the fuck? But it is a movie to watch and like look at what they were able to do at the time. It is really cool. But yeah, I think what hurts it for me is just what it is now. I wonder what that Indiana Jones zombie movie could have been. You know what I mean? This is just it's a little flat for me. You know what I mean? It's just kind of stale.
Yeah.
Somebody left the cap off of it. So it's not, the
somebody
fizz is gone.
Unplugged the freezer.
Yeah. There you go.
That was the point that I was going to make, is I really wonder what the original vision was, because this really does feel like we are dropped in the middle of a story that hasn't been established. And it makes me feel like it was, but they made him cut it down.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily his fault, but watching the film that we get, there are issues narratively. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking specifically about we'll continue this conversation.
In the cafeteria.
There are moments that just seem confused. There are motivations that seem confused. I don't understand how we're the only people left, but we were also sent here to do, like, sent here by who? We can't be the only people left. I just don't fully understand. That being said, the effects in this, for me, because that is something that I enjoy very much, carries it very far for me.
Okay.
Because they are so fucking good. Mm-hmm. What did you say, T? 40 years almost?
Yeah.
That shit holds up. You were wincing at the fucking, I mean, it's incredible. Mm-hmm. And I really am intrigued and oddly touched by what was happening with Bob.
Yeah, that was again. I'd never seen it, and I was getting it confused with Land of the Dead. But yeah, I too was like, I like Bub a little more.
I would have loved to lean on that more.
Yes.
I would have loved more of a descent with Dr. Logan.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there was so much here that could have been a really fucking awesome story in conjunction with really fucking awesome effects. But one of those things really delivered and one of those things really did not for me. There are, again, characters that we like. We all love John. We all like Bill. We like Sarah. But it's like, okay, of course, because everybody else is a fucking piece of shit. Like,
Yeah.
it's, it's not hard to stand out.
No.
I think that really that's it. I would be rambling. I really did enjoy it. I watched it twice. I did enjoy it a little bit more the second time when you can just fully like immerse yourself in these effects and all the work that was put into it. But man, I just would have loved a little bit more clarity in that story.
Yeah, I think that I couldn't possibly agree more. It really is an amazing showcase for the makeup. I also really like the location of this film.
Mm-hmm.
Their use of this cave and different aspects of it and different parts of it. I think that it is a very interesting idea, but it's an idea that really should have been fleshed out more in those aspects. I feel like making Logan a mad scientist is kind of easy. And why wouldn't he pivot all of his attention to Bub once he starts getting these promising results?
Yeah.
It's true.
Because it makes no sense for Bub to literally be saluting and answering telephones and everything. And then he's like, well, what would happen if I took off Private Johnson's head? Like, and I know that he's not right.
Mm-hmm.
He's not well. But at the same time, what does that really serve the story other than a shocking moment?
It's a shocking moment.
That's all.
Yeah, but I think too that you mentioning that kind of made me think too. You're right. I almost wish that maybe he was trying to really help.
Yeah.
And they just weren't listening to him. Because I feel like it's really easy to put him talking to his mom and then him being crazy and whatever. And it's like, dude, that to me, that didn't fit here. It's like you almost shoved that in there to have a reason for us to be like, oh, he's dead. Who cares?
Yeah. And honestly, wouldn't it make a lot more sense if maybe, like we're saying, he didn't go down that descent into madness?
Mm-hmm.
He is, like you said, trying to do what he set out to do. And maybe because Bub pulled a gun on Rhodes, he kills Logan because he's like, what are you training him to do?
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
And then maybe that changes the dynamic of everything.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just weird for me to be like, yeah, you probably should have killed Logan, dude. You like any of us could
It's
be
a
next.
dangerous
Yeah.
I'm giggling in my head because I'm like, what if they turn on that recorder and it's just that one part from Down with the Signal?
He's just practicing it. But no, I think that there is a lot to love here.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand why it was reappraised and so many people came around. And so many people, whenever it was first released, did love it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I gotta also understand why a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah.
I understand why you think Dawn of the Dead and then you go to see this picture and it's like, huh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag, but I feel like it's better than a mixed bag
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
a lot of ways. I guess we can just slide into ratings.
Mm-hmm.
Not to repeat, we've already highlighted how amazing the makeup and effects are. I want to really commend the performances and at least 3 of the characters. Maybe 4, because Bub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem with Bub is that for something so remarkable, how much time do we have with Bub?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that is, and we've said it already, but that really should have become the focal point of this film.
Mm-hmm.
This progress, and then for them to pretend that it's not progress,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then we don't even really fuck with Bub until he breaks himself free. It's
On
like,
accident.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the hell? Like, it's so strange, the handling of Bub after the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do have to admit, I love this trio so much. I'm really glad to see that they have a happy ending.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but I think that Bub should have been on the helicopter with him. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking
Just
about
don't let
it.
him have a gun.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I don't know. It just seems so weird and kind of fucked up to just leave him there.
Well, they're not going to hurt him.
No, but
Yeah.
he's not gonna get to have a paradise or whatever. I feel like he's earned it.
He has, but it's not like he's going to get eaten down there, and
Yeah.
he can eat, roads
Yeah, I guess.
with his friends. Like, he's just like the smartest one in his friend group.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because I think that's the thing that bothers me the most is that they have this emotional weight and this thing that really works. And then it feels like, and honestly, that's what they said. I did read that in the original drafts of the script, Bub, firstly, was one of many zombies like this.
Oh.
Huh.
It was like one of 5, and they were trained by Rhodes in the previous drafts of the film. They were like his fucking henchmen and shit.
Oh, my God.
Really?
And so it was completely different. And then you bring in this thing with the scientists and everything. It's like a whole different thing. But once they changed it, it's like, okay, so now we only have one Bub, and we spend maybe a little bit more time with him. It's like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
But I just feel like there are unfortunate choices in the story, but there is so much around it that really is really good. And I think that it is a very difficult film to score.
Yeah.
And I'm having a lot of trouble in this very moment. But I think out of 10 civilized scientific specimens, I am going to give Day of the Dead 7 civilized scientific specimens out of 10. I think if it weren't for the effects and some of the performances, especially John, I think I would give this a 6.5, but I have to bump it up a little bit.
Okay.
But I will definitely watch this film again,
Yeah.
and I will also, in this moment, open the floor up to you.
Yeah, I agree. If the special effects and the makeup weren't so good, and I know it sounds crazy, but yeah, no, this movie would be a lot lower than what I'm giving. And it's just, for me, it's just that I feel like the movie is lost. We are just dropped in and we're supposed to know what's going on. It feels like they want us to relate with some of these characters like immediately. Again, John, Bill, Sarah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The other scientist and Logan. Sorry, other scientist. But you know what I mean? Because they're decent. They're working together. They're like those fucking assholes and what, you know what I mean? But we don't know these people. We don't spend enough time with them. We see little things that you do. And then again, like I said, talking about it is like the Logan. Why did you do him that way? It feels very weird. We're supposed to know about Cooper, and then when you give this big reveal about, wow, I've been in charge since the morning when y'all said y'all had the funeral, I don't care. Like, it's like, what?
And Miguel.
Yeah. That, I don't know what the fuck was going on. What direction or what?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, dude, stop. It just, it all feels very weird to me. And I did enjoy the Bub, like you're saying. Maybe it would have been too much if we would have seen too much interaction of him like learning to ride a bike or whatever and him being like, look, check it out. But I would have liked that instead of what we're seeing. It's like, I do like, again, the kills, the special effects, but yeah, just the story or the whatever was going on, it did not like make me, and not in a bad way, but it's not convincing me to come back over to its house. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to come even stand outside and just be like, oh no, we can talk on the porch. It's like, no, it's like, that's cool,
Text
dude.
me.
Yeah, it's like, that's all right. I would watch it again. If it was on, I would sit there and watch it again. Me personally, am I going to put it on? Probably not. But I can see why watching this, like you said, people would love it. And I unfortunately am just not in that group. And it is cool. And everything that's done was really good. But I don't know what happened to the story. but
Yeah.
it's just not for me. So on a scale from 1 to 10 civilized scientific specimens, I'm going to give Day of the Dead a 6.5. I did enjoy the movie. But it's just so hard. Again, it's not, I guess it isn't hard to like the only three decent people.
Yeah.
Everybody else is just kind of like, eh.
Super fair. I am going to go back over to this movie's house because they have the good snacks. And by snacks, I mean fucking gore.
Yeah.
I love all of the practical effects. I know I've said it about 800 times. I can't say it enough. It really is just such an accomplishment for it to hold up so much later. It's incredible. But that story, P. No, I'm just kidding.
They leave the story in the fridge that got unplugged.
It was unplugged.
That is the story.
For weeks. It just feels like they had so many things that they were trying to do. And again, I know I've already said it, but it really makes me feel like if the original screenplay was that long, that these were all things that we were going to get to explore.
Yeah.
And we just didn't. So maybe remnants were left in. I mean, I don't know. I don't have an explanation for this. I just know that the story did leave me disappointed. Not 100%, because I am glad that they got away. I am, again, strangely affected emotionally by Bub and that scene with him trying to shave his face and trying to read a book and trying to salute. I mean, that was really like, it had some shocking emotional weight to it. And so if I'm sitting over here like crying in the club, I'm not saying that the film is ineffective.
Yeah.
Because I can't say that. But I can also, there were several times watching it primarily in the middle that I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening right now? But like I said, the effects can carry it pretty far for me. So I will wrap this all up and stop repeating myself and just say that on a scale from 1 to 10 civilized scientific specimens, I'm also giving Day of the Dead a 7. I think I gave Dawn of the Dead a 9. This is Dawn of the Dead was a 9 for the whole thing. This 7, the effects are doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Day of the Dead, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, life is meant to be lived. Though society often demands we bury ourselves in our work, don't forget to dig yourself out every now and then. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Great work. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhardt, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Trotman-Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G., Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanavan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McConicle, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Alana Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanity Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen,
Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Karen with a Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., and Evelit Knight. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate each and every one of you, and we just want to thank you for being with us.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job, bub.
Until next time.